So it will take me a minute or so before we start our discussion. That will not only be a discussion of the prelim paper, my part, which is Indian polity, but also it sets the stage for your main preparation, because this is indicative of so many aspects. We'll do all that. Give me a minute. All right. So you see, the first question is about lot of things. Essentially, we'll say preventive detention. Central government has a duty to protect states from internal disturbance. Yeah? Manipur, Article 355. 355 says it's the central government's duty to protect the states from internal disturbance. You know, for national emergency, internal disturbance has been replaced by armed rebellion. But for these states, it's the central government's duty to protect them from internal disturbances. That's right. Constitution of India exempts the states, not the states, state. This is wrong actually. The government, UPSC has given it wrong. State, that's a government, from providing legal counsel to, you know, under Article 22, someone is arrested for normal reasons, he's got the right to ask for a legal counsel and all that. Here it's preventive detention, therefore it's been suspended. The same thing is said in Article 22. And then you see, what is POTA? Prevention of Terrorism Act 2002. You know, it's an anti-terrorism law. There you have extraordinary, sort of provisions that what you say to a police officer can be admitted in a court of law as evidence. Generally, unless the police officer in the presence of the magistrate takes the confession, it's not valid according to the courts. But you know, terrorism, you have to relax the rules and enable the police to tackle the threat of terrorism. Therefore, whether it is organized crime laws of Maharashtra, Karnataka, or POTA, or TADA, under all these laws, the confessions given to a police officer, what level of police officer? DYSP? Less? That's another debate. Different laws are, but generally DYSP up to that level, at that level it is accepted. So, confession of accused before the police cannot be. It can be. So, legal counsel, this is right. Central government has a duty, this is right. And he is saying cannot be used as evidence. So, this is wrong. So, only two. You must have noticed that, this mechanism is used for the first time. Earlier I would say 1 and 2 are right, 1, 2 and 3 are right, 1 and 3 are right, none is right. This paper, first time in my experience as a teacher, I have noticed that only 1, only 2, only 3. This is a different type. We'll see how it works. So, I gave you the notes, and in the notes it is very clear, the rights mentioned above are not available when a person is under detention. What is the right? Consult be defended by a legal practitioner. I'm just trying to show that, you worked hard, I worked hard, we all worked hard, and it paid off, and 90% of the questions are from the study material I gave you. I'm going to show you that. It gives you even more confidence while you are marching ahead in your preparation. This person, the man who said, the woman who said these questions, is so much in awe of the President of India. He is given 3 questions. Members nominated to either house, this, that, are eligible. How are they eligible? You are talking of nominated. Wrong. Higher the number of elective assembly seats, higher is the value. How? 100 by 10 is equal to 10. 100 by 20 is equal to 5. Higher than this, simple math. Higher. How is the value higher? The value is higher the number of elective. Higher the number of elective, lower is the value of the vote of each elected MLA. So this would be wrong. The value of the vote of each MLA of Madhya Pradesh is greater because it has more population. This is right. And you know, this is very interesting. The value of vote of each MLA Puducherry is higher than that of Arunachal because the ratio of total population, total number of elective seats in Puducherry is greater as compared to Arunachal. See the ratio. Population is the same, as you will see. See here. What is the population of Arunachal? This. How many seats are there? 60. Keep moving. Puducherry. How many seats? 30. Population is the same. So the value of Puducherry, that is 480. The number. Value. Here it is 8. Why? 467 by 60. Here it is 471 by 30. So what's the question here? The question is the value of vote of each MLA of Puducherry, value of vote, is higher. Puducherry, is it higher? Where is Puducherry? The value is 480 here. Here also 480 total value. Value of each 8. Puducherry, value of each 16. Why? Same population, you are dividing by less number. So the value of the vote of an elected MLA is bound to be higher. Here it is 16, there it is 8. So what are his words? The value of vote of each elected MLA Puducherry is higher than that of Arunachal because the ratio of total population, same, to total number of elected seats in Puducherry is greater. 470, whatever. Here it is 30. The ratio is greater. So I would say this is right. This and this. 3 and 4. That makes it 2. Only 2. Only 2 are right. I hope this explanation goes by your thinking also. What does it mean the ratio is greater? 4.5 lakh. Whatever. See. Arunachal, 4.5 lakh, roughly 4.5 by 60, 4.5 by 30. So the ratio is greater. So I would give this, you know, the tick, here also the tick, only 2 are right. So that is, you know, the answer. Now, you know, everything is here, like what is so, but you have to, you know, he's gone one step ahead. He's asking you Arunachal, Puducherry. You have to use your imagination, a little more imagination than otherwise. So I would say Madhya Pradesh is very sort of easy. This is easy. This is easy. But earlier, he would have given you the elimination technique. He would have told you 2, 3 and 4 are right. 1, 2 and 3 and whatever is right. Only 3 and 4, he will help you with his elimination technique. Now, that elimination technique is not working so much. That is a big difference between now and the earlier papers. Imagination here. You know, this is again I am showing from our notes, it has come. You know, nominated people don't elected members. Everyone knows what is so great about it. Total population of a state divided by total elected members. All this we know. It's just that you had to apply this. Now you see Constitution Day. Why the Constitution Day? You know, we've been harping on it that that's the day on which the Constitution was adopted, enacted and given to ourselves. That's said in the preamble itself, 26th of November 1949. It's not because Dr. Ambedkar became the chairperson of drafting committee. So he tried to get you wrong there. Celebrated 26th, this is right, this is wrong. Both statements are correct. No, both statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. That is the answer. I hope that's okay with you. Yeah, from our notes. What is this? Constitution Day is also known as Samvidhan Divas, celebrated 26 November. to commemorate the adoption of the Constitution. Who can get it wrong, I would like to know. Every child knows this. You know, this is what I call a classical giveaway. This doesn't match. This matches, after all, evidence. You can't mislead them. You know, mislead evidence. Straight away it matches. Celebratory Gunfire Arms Act, it matches. So only two. Remember, he is not saying which two. So how it works, we have to, rack our brains to find out. How it works, we don't know. He is not saying which two. Earlier he would say 1 and 2 only, 2 and 3 only. But this is a giveaway, throwaway. So you don't really miss anything here. But again, first time, repeatedly, question after question, he is saying only 1, only 2, only 3, all 3, whatever. How it works, we have to, it depends. Now about the Finance Commission. Demographic, of course. Forest ecology, of course. Governance, no. Stable government, no. How is stability so important? Tax effort, which means how much can you raise for what you can raise. Your potential is X, what's your actual? That is your tax effort. National average above that. All this we have, beaten it to pulp. So how many are right here? Only 3 once again. It keeps hitting you, only 3. Which 3? Is it good or bad that he is setting the multiples like this? But it's very clear, such a throwaway kind of a question. 100 rupees are there in the basket. In that, 41 bucks, 41 goes to the states. States and states and states and states. So how do they break it among themselves? What are the criteria? Forest and ecology, etc. We know all this. And just to make you feel comfortable, here they are. Population, demographic performance, tax effort, forest and ecology, straight out of our study material. All of you, while you were listening to me in the classroom, kept the textbook next to you, flipping through as we were discussing, and I'm sure you had a walk in the park with these questions and more to come. Look at this, look at this. Due process is nothing but natural justice. How many times did I say due process is nothing but natural justice? Preventive, sir, can't victims be provided state? See, I've discovered your questions just now. It's like this. See, I'm arrested right now. Why? For any reason. I can immediately call my lawyer, he'll do what he'll do. But preventive detention and enemy alien, for these 2 cases, you put into the prison and they will give you the opening to the legal aid whenever they like. It's very clear. Look up Article 22. I think I have packaged it in the explanation also, 22. It clearly says the above safeguards on being arrested do not, they're not available for those who are booked under preventive detention laws and those who are enemy aliens. It's very clear, isn't it? So that's the answer to our friend here. And yeah, hello. Yeah. Okay. What is due process? Somebody is booked and that goes to the court and the court will go beyond the procedure. It will go into all elements related to natural justice. For example, is he being given in illegal aid? Is he being given enough time? Has he been told why he is being arrested? The people who are arresting, etc., are they the ones who have a bias against him? All that natural justice. Before you punish anyone, the claims he has on you, they make up natural justice. The principles you have to, go by. So due process is natural justice, and here it is, our notes here. Due process is essentially synonymous with natural justice. Natural justice. Here is the due process of law discussion and I've given you all the rights. Fair and public trial. Article 145 tells you even Supreme Court is bound by the principle of having to try people in an open court. That unless some privacy issues are there, national security, the norm is open court. And then the one who is punishing you shouldn't be interested to punish you. And then time, and then the legal aid, all these impartial jury, self-defense, etc., etc. So, it's a giveaway. It's a giveaway. What else will you call it? Prisons, we kept on talking about public order, police, prisons. They're all in the state list. So that's okay. Prisons are managed by the state governments. Perfect. Right. And I would like to know which fool will give prisons to the central government, because in such a vast country with so many people, the best administration of prisons should be by the state. So, expressly kept the subject of prisons in the control of provincial governments. I will, say that's also right. So, but then the two statements are independently right. Expressly kept, how was this the explanation for that? Reason and assertion. This is assertion, which is a fact. This is also a fact. Correct and is no. 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 is the correct explanation. There is no explanation here. Not the correct explanation. No, I'll take this. It is not that it is not the correct explanation. They tag along. The second one doesn't give it too much of muscle. But if I have to say between the two that the second one is a support for the first one, I will take that. So A could be the answer. On these things, you please tell me. These are all interpretative stuff. Expressly kept in the subject. Expressly, there are two issues here. Does it expressly keep it in the provincial domain? And if that is really so, does it support statement 1? So yeah, expressly states that it's in the state's domain. But then does it support? I will say support, because this is bizarre. Is not correct. I'm not ready to accept that. So I will say 92, in whatever the D and all that. So this is, I will say A is the answer. Remember, there could be a bit of vagueness here. There could be divergence here. My take is this, because both the statements are right. Then the game is seeing if 2 supports 1. Yeah. And so, I would say it supports, because not the correct explanation, I think that's a little harsh. So I'll say, correct explanation. So it is provincial, therefore they are doing it. But they are doing it because 1950 Constitution gives it into the federal system and states have the power. But I will say, yeah, that's okay. A by me is okay. This is very simple, Examiner is never tired of asking you about constitutionalism. What is constitutionalism? There is a constitution to limit the government. Defines and limits that is constitutionalism. Go back to your Locke, and from then till today, whichever book on political theory you study, constitutionalism is primarily writing out a document that limits the powers of the government. That is it. And you want to see it here? Limits, straight out of our material. Limits. Limit is the word here. Rule of law is also, just like rule of law is also that. Rule of law is of course equality, all that. But constitutionalism means limit. Limit is the word there. See, I'll tell you. The whole of last year, there was one book that dominated the headlines. 60 stormy days. See it here. 16 stormy days. The story of the first amendment to the Constitution. You see what happened was, when Nehru took over, the new parliament comes. Lok Sabha comes in 52. Constitution comes into force in 1950. In between, there's provisional parliament. And people were celebrating the freedom, criticizing the government left, right and center. And then they were also challenging the land reforms and stuff. So Nehru thought it's very important that we control the fundamental rights. So he brought in public order, this, that. You know, here. Romesh Thapar, etc., etc. Government responded by enacting the First Amendment to the Indian Constitution to impose restrictions on free speech. What is that? To impose restrictions on free speech. And if you go ahead a little bit, you will also see one more restriction, which is, okay, Article 31. You know which Constitution Amendment Act actually limited your right to property to begin with in 1951, the first Constitution Amendment Act. I remember harping on it. Everyone harps. What is so great about it? You know, Champakam Dorai Rajan, 15, controlled. Right to property, 31 controlled. And all these judicial verdicts playing up the fundamental rights. They came for pressure by the First Amendment Act. The whole world knows about it. This is the book I was talking about. My copy I could not trace. It must be somewhere here. This is, he is literally giving you these questions like lollipops. National Commission for Backward Classes, we all know it got the constitutional status 102. Human Rights Commission, Act of the Parliament. Law Commission, neither Act of the Parliament, just an executive order. National Consumer Disputes, that is also an Act of the Parliament. So, if I have to take one, this is out, this is out, this is out. National Backward Classes Commission. Only one. Only one. All others are either legal bodies. Some are enacted into existence by parliamentary acts. Others are, the Law Commission. What's Law Commission? Law Commission is nothing. Executive. Law Ministry sets it up for legal reforms. And if you recall in our discussions in the classroom, I remember distinctively telling you that Law Commission is important. But how does it matter? It's such a throwaway that you don't need to know anything about, too much about all of them. National Commission for Backward Classes becomes constitutional body by the recent Constitution Amendment Act. Here, this is the first Constitution Amendment Act I was telling you about, amending 31, inserting 31 capital A, 31 capital B, etc. The 9th schedule part. Maybe the 9th schedule will come in the main exam. Maybe this is ringing a bell for that. It's okay. Once again the president, this examiner, how many times he visited Rashtrapati Bhavan, is totally in love. And this is what I call sheer common sense. Even a 14-year-old kid would have this much of common sense. Wasn't 42 article also a reaction to it? Please understand, there is only one answer for that. 42nd Amendment Act did take place, all right. But it has a gang of reforms. But there's only one answer here. And direct 31, Champakam, right to property, and 19, direct result of Romesh Thapar, etc., etc. Direct, that is where you are. Please understand. Some other questions I am not discussing, my colleagues will discuss. You will know from there. There is bound to be a little bit of confusion, but it is your presence of mind and adult sense to hit on the right answer. That is why see, there is a reason why the question was asked. I showed you, did I not? This was a trigger. This man is showing that Nehru was not entirely a Democrat. The First Amendment Act was a pressure on fundamental rights. So, the season is First Amendment Act. So, here are 91 का क्या? 91. 91 though. Long time back. See, natural justice. Go to any book on due process. In the first paragraph itself, you will come across natural justice. Boliye na. It's A. Natural justice. This question is very interesting. The upcoming question related to, the president is an interesting one. See, this is very interesting. If election of the president is set aside, declared void by the Honorable Supreme Court, all acts done by him, her, in the performance of duties of his, her office of president before the date. How bizarre! How bizarre! You mean all the bills that he signed on, all the amendment bills he signed on, all the budgets, etc., they'll all fall flat? This slaps your common sense. Election for the post of the President of India can be postponed. How can you postpone the election of the President? There shall be a President. One odd assembly, two odd assemblies, five odd assemblies are empty. President's rule or whatever. And because of that, you will postpone the presidential election? No, not at all. Not allowed. When a bill is presented to the President prescribes time limits. No, what is pocket veto? There is no time limit, please, for God's sake. None is the answer. None. They are all downright wrong. They are absolutely wrong. See, pocket veto from our material. Why am I showing this? When you are preparing for your main examination, you will have lots and lots of confidence in the material you are studying because questions have been pouring in from here. This, please follow me very carefully. When Lok Sabha transmits finance bill here, finance bill, which is money bill, he is talking of only, money bill, finance bill, they are equal. They are the same. Finance bill is about taxation proposals, money bill is taxation plus whatever. Both of them belong to 110 only. There is no difference between the two. Whatever happens to finance bill happens to money bill. The examiner is not talking about financial bills, please, for God's sake. Financial bills he is not talking about. He is talking about finance bill, which is a money bill. Financial bills are 117. Finance bill is a money bill is 110. So, when Lok Sabha transmits, it can amend or reject the bill? No. It cannot amend or reject the bill. It can only make recommendations? Yes. In the case of disagreement between the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, there is no joint sitting for money bill, but a joint sitting becomes necessary. They are same. Money bill and finance bill are the same. Please remember, financial bills are something else. He is not talking about that. He is talking about the same bill, the money bill, the finance bill. Both of them are the same. For God's sake. This is 117. This is 110. Articles. Articles are 117, 110. So here, this is wrong. Only one. Please remember, look up any book. Shuck, there you look up. Money bill is equal to finance bill. Financial bill is 117. Money bill and finance bill both being say 110. Categorical. 100%. So here only one is right. This is nonsense. It can amend or reject. No, it can only consider and return C and R, not all this. It can only make recommendations. Wonderful. This is right. So only one. I just hope you are okay with this. Even if you are not okay, what can I? Here. Money bill and financial bill, for God's sake, 110, money bill. And given in 110, 117 is financial bill. Please understand this. Financial bill. I just hope you are understanding this. Money bill, the primacy, everyone knows, the whole world, every child knows. Money bill goes to Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha can talk and Rajya Sabha can suggest amendments, recommend. If they go through, they go through. Otherwise, Rajya Sabha is completely powerless. It doesn't have to pass the money bill. Consider and return. Consider and return. We discussed it. Ad nauseum. This notification of an area takes place through an order of the President. Lowest is the cluster of villages. Chief ministers don't come into the picture at all. Chief ministers of the country. Chief minister doesn't. The term chief minister doesn't figure there at all. Only governor and the president. So chief minister is out. Only two. It amuses me, only one, only two, never been that way before. So only two. And you want to see this? Here it is in our study material. You people are perfect readers of the book. I saw you keeping the book with yourselves while following my lecture, and the viable administrative entities such as district, block, etc. identified. This is it. So please come back here. The largest administrative unit forming the scheduled area is the district and the lowest is the cluster. He didn't say the Act says it. He didn't say the Constitution says it. He only said this. Perfect. Okay, 1 and 2, only 2 are right. See, it's here. What you should draw confidence from is the material you read would have landed you 80% at least right. Here it is very, very simple. On what basis, Nagaraj verdict said that you want to get promotion, you have to ensure that it does not tilt the balance between efficiency and equity away from efficiency. Clear? Supreme Court said it. But you tell me one thing. How can the Constitution define efficiency? You tell me. Efficiency in military, efficiency in the hospital, efficiency in the police, efficiency in the parliament, efficiency in the judiciary, efficiency in the panchayat. The multiple levels at which efficiency works. How can the Constitution define? I think it is as silly as it gets. You must have looked through. So only one is right. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. So C is the answer. This is downright wrong. Constitution defines efficiency. Here it is, Nagaraj. The Nagaraj, and from our notes, I'm drawing from our notes. From the Nagaraj, you see, in Indira Sahani also they said, keep it up to 50. That works with efficiency and equity. In the Nagaraj, bound to make reservation, however reservation may be allowed if the state here complies with Article 335, which seeks to balance equity with efficiency and bureaucracy. 335. Very, very simple. Where is the controversy here? So that's it. Telling you to keep going with us. You got any question? You could bombard me. You know me so well. Please ask questions. I'm here. Ask me whatever you like. Otherwise, this is the list of answers for you. You could come back to this video, keep watching it, and I'll guide you equally well for your upcoming main examination. Absolutely. You see, please understand one thing. Main is very important for me. Why? Because you already put in so many months, and just another 3 months and you are through. Interview will be even more important for me because last mile. So main, look to us for help that is beyond your imagination. We're going to give you 150, 200 questions, answers. We're going to correct your answers, tell you, how to add more value if it's possible, unless you hit the limit already, etc. etc. Please look to us for help in the main examination. Otherwise, any other question you have, you please ask me. I'm here. Yes? So that's where it rests. Otherwise, I wish you all the best. Keep going and study for the main exam. Get started. Don't worry about anything. Get started for the exam and everything will be fine. God bless you all. But I'm here if you have any question. So if you allow me, I will, for the time being, sort of leave you alone. My faculty is waiting to discuss the rest of it. God bless you all. ఎవరొచ్చారు?
Good evening. Thank you, sir. And students, I hope that you have done fairly well. And we should talk about the question. There were 13 questions from the history section. And in this 13 questions, you'll find that there were 2 questions from modern India and 2 questions that's from art and culture, and normally we have around 11 questions from the rest of the history, medieval India and art and culture. So there were 2 questions from modern India. So here let's talk about the questions from this segment. The first question, it was here on your screen. Yes, with reference to Indian history, Alexander Rare is Longhurst, Robert Swell. I hope you might have heard the name of Alexander Rare, Robert Swell. Robert Swell was very famous. He wrote The Forgotten Empire, that is related to the Vijayanagar Empire. So I told you that out of the 13 questions, then we have 2 questions from the modern India and rest 11 from the ancient medieval and art and culture. So this year history actually got some moderate attention, but the question was medium to moderate, and one question you can find it in a difficult category as well. So these names are associated with archaeological excavations, right? However, you'll find that some were the bureaucrats, some were the bureaucrats. So these mostly names that you see all were together the archaeological excavation, and they had tremendous work as a member of the Archaeological Survey of India. So answer is A. You can find all the answer sheet of this series D in the comment section, in the description section. So you can find all these things. So the answer is here. 21st question is A. Look, 22nd. Besnagar. You know, Besnagar is famous for Vaishnav religion. I hope you might have heard about the Heliodorus who adopted Vaishnavism. But near Besnagar, there is a Udayagiri cave. And Udayagiri cave was very famous for the Vaishnav religion. There are many statues related to the Bara, that is the incarnation of Vishnu. So this matching is wrong. And Bhaj, obviously, the Buddhist cave shrine. We have the Chet in Bhaj. Chet in Bhaj. And Sital Marshal in Tamil Nadu. This is a Jaina cave shrine. Right? So these out of these 3, we have only 2 in the pair. Right? So these 2 pairs are correct. And Besnagar you cannot find. This is a Vaishnav sites, and there is no evidence of anything in the Sabite. So near Besnagar we have the Udayagiri cave also, but Udayagiri cave is also famous for the Bara statue, which is of course a sign of the Vaishnavism. So only 2 pairs are correct. Look at this question. It's a very fantastic question. Those who have studied very nicely in the partition of Bengal and the Swadeshi movement. The 7th August is declared as the National Handloom Day. That statement is absolutely correct. You'll find that there was a meeting at town hall, and thereafter against the before the partition of Bengal was declared. Partition of Bengal was declared on 16th October 1905, but slightly before, 2-3 months before, the activities of the Swadeshi movement had already started getting in momentum, and therefore we have the 7th August when the National Handloom Day was declared. It was in 1905, on the same day, that the Swadeshi movement had also started. So after the partition of Bengal was declared on 16th October 1905, you'll find that the intensity of the Swadeshi movement had increased very significantly. So both the statements are correct, and of course the explanation supports the statement. So this is a correct option. So correct option is 1. Don't confuse that the 16th October 1905, when the partition plan was announced, then only Swadeshi movement had started. Swadeshi movement had already started much before the partition plan was announced. And particularly when the Sanjeevani was published by Akshay Kumar Dutt and Ashwini Kumar Dutt, then only when the Swadeshi movement in terms of economic self-reliant, cultural self-reliant, all these things had started. Cultural regenerative movement, all had started. Okay, then when which of the following regions was Dhanya Katak, which flourished as a very prominent under the Mahasangika located? Dhanya Katak, Nagarjun Konda, these are the places, Amravati, these are the places where we have the prominent Buddhist site in Andhra Pradesh of today. So Dhanya Katak was a capital of Satavahanas. Satavahanas had two capitals. One was the Dhanikatak and other was the Amravati. Fine, and then Satavahanas finally shifted to Pratishthan. So where these are the sites which is very prominent site of Buddhism. We have a stupa there in the Amravati, which is made up of white marble. So Andhra Pradesh is the right answer. Andhra Pradesh is the right answer. With reference to ancient India, consider the following statement. The concept of a stupa is Buddhist in nature. Obviously, many students were confused that the burial practices like a mound is like a precursor of the stupa, but this is not. Here it is concept of stupa, not origin of a stupa, right? So therefore, the concept of a stupa is absolutely related to Buddhist origin. Fine. Then the stupa was generally a repository relics. I hope those who know the structure of stupa, there is a semicircular dome, hemispherical dome, and then this is Medhi. Here there is a rectangular blocks, and then on that blocks there is a yasti and then chhatra. So here in this portion is called a harmika. So in a harmika we put relics of Gautam Buddha, right? Anything related to Buddha, whether it is Buddha's ears, Buddha's head, Buddha's hair, teeth, cloth, whatever you have related to the Buddhas, the relics of Buddha was deposited. Stupa was votive, commemorative, all type of the stupas is there. So the option will be all three. All three are correct. With reference to ancient South India, Korkai, Pohar and Muziris, I hope those who had studied the Sangam age, these are the ports. Although these are the cities also, capital cities, but some are exclusively ports, like Muziris and Korkai was only used as a port to have a trade with the Central Asia. All these ports are mentioned in the Ptolemy's geography as a very important port. The Ptolemy's Geographia, we described so many ports in India in both eastern and western side. These are the ports which is mentioned exclusively, not only by Ptolemy's Geographia, but also by the Periplus of Erythraean Sea. So this is a very straightforward question. I will put this question in the category of very easy question. Whenever we talk about the Sangam age, it's very easy to describe these ports. And mostly Mujiris and Tondis in the west coast of the Chera was used by the Sangam people and the Romans to have a trade in the spices. So these are nothing but ports. Don't confuse with the capital cities. In Sangam literature, this is the how. In Sangam poetry, there is a description that Bhatta Kirutal, which is a king defeated in a battle, they commit suicide by starving himself to death. This is influence of the Jainism there in the Sangam period. In Jainism, it is called Salekhna. Chandragupta Maurya, he also practiced in order to achieve the moksha, but this is a penance in the Sangam age. So Bhatta Kirutal is basically the suicide by starving himself to death, right? So this description is there in the Silapadikram as well. This description is there in the Silapadikram, which is a very important epic of the Sangam literature. And here the Bhatta Kirutal, it is mentioned in the Sangam poems. Okay. Most of you, I think those who had a very primary information of Sangam literature also, they must be knowing. This question I put in the category with the medium category because mostly the sentence from and the words from the Sangam literature you skip while remembering. So this question is medium, but actually it's a very easy question. Consider the following dynasties: Hoysal, Gahadwals, Kaktiyas, Yadavas. How to remember this question? How to solve this question? Those who had studied the period of Alauddin Khilji and the southern India expedition, we have already made a chart in the class that what is the Deccan campaign led by Alauddin Khilji, or he appointed Malik Kafur. So Hoysal, Kaktiya and Yadava, they faced the wrath of Alauddin Khilji. And Gaharbal is somehow related to invasion of Muhammad Gori. Muhammad Gori. So on that very basis, at least you can be sure that no kingdom is talking about the 8th century AD. 8th century AD, we have the Pal, Partihar and Rashtrakoot. Right, these are the dominant dynasties and Chalukyas. So here, none was the answer. None was the answer. A straightforward question, but you have to apply your the best brain. Those who studied Alauddin Khilji, they must be knowing that these are the dynasty with whom Alauddin Khilji had encountered. And that gives you some clue that dynasty could not have lasted for 500-600 years. So this is how the 85 question answer is D. In this question, the pairs, the most difficult thing that you can't eliminate to the option. Otherwise, the students had trick earlier. Devi Chandraguptam, this is by the Vishak Dutt. During the Chandragupta II, the Vikramaditya of the Gupta period, the Devi Chandraguptam, written by Vishak Dutt, it described that how Chandragupta II had taken the throne. So, this is not paired. Okay. Hamir Mahakabhi, Nayachandra. Correct. Milind Panno. Now look at here. This is a big problem. This is a big problem. But if you find the NCERT, my dear, or any other text, standard text, you'll find everywhere that Nagshen and Nagarjun are same. Nagshen or Nagarjun, right? So don't confuse with the Nagarjun of the Madhyamika school which gave the philosophy. So here Milind Panno, Nagarjuna, Nagshen, right? So this is a correct option. This will give you lots of, I think many of you got the jolt, a biggest shock. But Nagshen and Nagarjuna are same. So don't confuse that it is Nagsen who only wrote the Milind Panno. Even the Nagarjuna is a correct option. So third is also paired. And Niti Bhakyamrita is a Somdev. Yes. So only 3. Here the option is only 3. So 3 are correct. Except first. All are correctly paired. Right? All are correctly paired. Hope all of you putting this hard-earned effort. And souls are not only the property of the animal and the plant life, but also of rocks, running water, and many other natural objects not looked on as living by other religious sects. My dear, Buddhism does not talk about the soul. Jaina talk about the soul, but Jaina speak the concept. There is a jeev and there is a jeev. There is a jeev and there is a jeev. Both are separate. Soul and matter are separate. So therefore, every living thing that contains the natural thing, that is absolutely wrong. But here in Savagism, my dear, Savagism said animism. Animism. This is very difficult question. Most of you had hit the Jainism, which is absolutely wrong. So the correct answer is Savagism. Correct answer is Savagism. Fine. So Jeev, Ajeev is clearly distinguished in the Jainism. clearly distinct in Jainism. Okay, and here Buddhism does not talk about the soul. So Savagism is what actually that it is animism. We said all living things or the non-living things had a property called soul, right? So this is the answer. Savagism will be the answer and not the other things. So I put this question in a very difficult category because I have understood after looking the question that most of you have hit the question. Jainism, I know that, but correct answer is Savagism. It's animism is because it does talk about the all living, non-living things. Every existing thing had the soul, and that is a concept of the Savagism. Who among the following rulers of the Vijayanagara Empire constructed large dam across Tungabhadra River and a canal cut? This is the Devrai first. He brought the he cut the Tungabhadra River and brought the water to Hampi. Hampi. So he was the beginner of the canal thing in the Vijayanagara Empire. This question is also a very easy question. Those who had studied Sangam age by the at least Sangam dynasty or the Tuluk dynasty, simply they would have put this question in a very straight way. Right? There's no other options. I think even if you hit and trial on the 80% guess also, you have hit the Debrai first. So here, this question 89, it was by far the most I put in the category of difficult because, with the ruler of Gujarat, Francis de Almeida also had the war in 1509. That time the ruler was Mahmud Begra, but this time the Diu was not captured. It's only that 1537 when the Shimayu invaded over Gujarat and then Bahadur Shah rested due to Portuguese. So therefore the answer is C, 1537-38. This question was a medium level difficulty. I would like to put a medium level difficulty because those who got confused with the Mahmud Begra, that is Battle of Diu with Francis de Almeida, but you must be sure that that time Diu was not captured. And question number 90, this is the easiest question that UPSC had put in the entire paper. That 1773 Regulating Act, 1773 Regulating Act, the Governor General of Bengal, we use the word Governor General of Bengal. And Governor General of Bengal did not have the supervisory power over the other governors in terms of law and order. But 1833 Charter Act, the Governor General got the power to make laws for the other presidencies. So therefore we put the name Governor General of India. Right? So Lord William Bentinck, during the time of Lord William Bentinck, this Charter Act was passed. So Lord William Bentinck, he was the first Governor General of India. So look at the out of 13 questions, there is a maximum chances that you would have 11 question absolutely correct. There is no confusion of any kind, except that some questions that was asked like archaeologists and others, but those who had seen the Forgotten Empire written by Robert Swell, that is easy for him to hit the right answer. So question overall in the paper of modern India and the art and culture or the history and medieval, we put in the medium series, not more than that. So these are the answers. Try to check it out and the best of luck. Thank you. Look at the answer in the descriptions.
Okay. Okay. Welcome to discussions on questions relating to economics. And obviously, this is our advertisement that those who are interested to join, they can join us soon. Sriram IS is offering 20% off on all the UPSC subscriptions. Next batch starts on June 8th, and I hope you will exploit this opportunity and do the lot of savings for yourself. Now, with this background, let's start the questions relating to the economics. This is section set D we are taking up, and in set D, the first question itself relates to economics. In this question, the question is asking about the MSME Act, and he has given two statements. As per the MSME Act, the medium enterprise is defined as. And second statement is all bank loans to the MSME enterprises qualify under the priority sector. The answer is neither one nor two is correct because the MSME Act, as amended in 2020, it was amended, and the definition of the micro, small, and medium enterprises have been redefined. And as per the latest amendment, the medium enterprises are defined as those who are having investment in plant and machinery, 20 crores, and the turnover 100 crores. Therefore, it is not matching with the latest guidelines issued, and therefore statement one is incorrect. Second is obviously earlier the all loans to MSME sector were qualified under priority sector lending. But after this amendment, some changes have been also made under the priority sector lending. And in these two changes have been notified. One In case of manufacturing enterprises, only loans given to those who are listed in Schedule 1 of IDRA 51 shall be treated as a priority sector loans. Secondly, as far as the service medium enterprises are concerned, the individual limit up to 5 crore is to be considered as a priority sector lending. If loan is given more than 5 crores, then it will not be considered as a priority sector lending. Therefore, two modifications are also made in the definition of priority sector lending as far as the loan to MSME sector is considered. Keeping in view these two explanations, it is it is it is observed that the neither statement one nor to statement two is correct. Therefore, the option is D. The second is obviously with reference to central bank digital currencies. As you are aware, that the last year, the central bank, Reserve Bank of India, issued the digital currency for the retail purpose, and therefore, if you really want to have the central bank digital currency, you have to open an account with the RBI, and the money will be transferred to you. The purpose of the central bank digital currency is to put the payment on the fast track basis without following the payment mode like SWIFT, etc. Therefore, the statement one is correct. One is correct because it is possible to make payments through digital currency because digital currency has a state backup. It's not like cryptocurrencies which are not supported by the government. Here, the central bank digital currencies are supported by the central bank of the country and in a way by the government also. And therefore, these digital currencies have their own value, and the central bank will maintain value of these currencies, and they are widely acceptable across the globe. And therefore, the payment process will be facilitated and will be on the fast track. But the allocation of the digital currency is not as the condition program in it. The allocation is as per the guidelines of the RBI. You have to open the account, and as per the guidelines of the RBI, these digital currencies will be allocated. Therefore, the only one is correct, second is not correct. Therefore, the correct answer is A. Similarly, in the context of the final, is a very, very important question because the term beta refers to what? Here, the A is obviously not connected with it because A only deals with the simultaneous buying and selling of an asset from the different platforms. B and C deals with the risk analysis of various kinds of portfolios and the investment strategy to minimize the risk and hedging. The D is actually explain the beta. Question is, what is beta? Let me explain to you what beta is. Suppose the stock prices index. The stock price index, say Standard or any kind of index you are saying, and this is significantly impacted by, say, a index B. This is the say index S1. S1 is a share which is significantly impact the index. Significantly impact the index. Therefore, if S changes, if value of S or price of S changes, then the stock price index will change significantly. But how much it will change, that will be given by this value. And this value is called beta. This value is called the beta. This value is called the beta. Therefore, the coefficient of a stock which is impacting the stock price index is given by this beta. How far the change in the stock one will be influencing the aggregate or average stock prices of the particular stock exchange will be determined by the value of beta. If suppose beta is 0.9, it means if S1 changes by 1 percentage point, then 0.9 percentage point the stock price index will change. It means S1 plays a very significant role in determining the value of stock price index. And that's why the beta is well defined in the financial performance. we have to calculate beta for various kinds of stocks which have significant impact on the performance of the stock exchanges. And that's why this beta is become the term which is used in the finance to explain the degree of relationship between the change in the particular stock and the average stock indices of the country. Self-help groups. Obviously, self-help groups was not initiated by the State Bank of India as the statement one says. Self-help group link project was initiated by the NABARD in 1992 to help the group of persons, particularly women belonging to poor groups. And therefore, the statement one is wrong. Statement two is correct because when the loan is given to the group, then every member is equally responsible for the refund of the loan, or they have to share equal responsibility in every regard. Both regional rural banks and scheduled commercial banks, they are giving a lot of loans to the self-help groups under various schemes of the government. So therefore, statement 2 and 3 are correct, and therefore the right option is only 2. First is incorrect because this is not initiated by the State Bank of India, but initiated by the NABARD. The, the next question is number 28. India accounts for 3.2% of the global export of goods, and many local companies and some foreign companies operating in India have taken advantage of India's production linked incentive scheme. This is a very important question. First statement is wrong because India's share in global export is only 1.8% as per the latest report available for 22. The India's share in the global export is only 1.8%. Question is saying India accounts for the 3.2% of the global exports of the goods. We are talking about the mercantile goods share only. We are not taking into account the services. That's why this is only 1.8%. But if you take goods and services both, then obviously it is more than 3%. But the question is specifically mentioned export of goods. That's why the mercantile exports, the India's share is only 1.8%. Therefore, statement 1 is incorrect. Second statement is correct because India launched the production linked incentive scheme. And under the production linked incentive scheme, around 13 sectors, 13 or one is recently added, that is the drove. The latest sector one is also added, and 14 sectors have been identified for which the production linked scheme is implemented. And under the scheme, under each sector, the baseline is defined for the companies and the target is set for their production and the timeline is set by which it is to be achieved. If a particular company achieve the target set for it vis-a-vis the baseline figure within the prescribed time period, then they are entitled to get the financial incentive or cash incentive under the scheme. Therefore, under the scheme, all companies in that particular sector, no matter they are local or the foreign companies, they get the advantage of production linked scheme. Therefore, statement 1 is incorrect and statement 2 is correct. D is the answer. D is the answer. The statement 1 is incorrect and statement 2 is correct. D is the answer here. Now, consider the following statements. Statement 1 says that the interest income from the deposits in the infrastructure investment trust distributed to their investors is exempted from tax, but the dividend is taxable. This is a recent changes have been made by the government in Income Tax Act. Earlier, the income before distributing as a dividend was taxed under the Income Tax Act, but subsequently the provision has been changed. Now the gross income, interest income earned by the trust is not taxed, that is exempted from the tax. But once it is distributed as a dividend to the shareholders, then each dividend is taxable. Dividend paid is taxable. That's why the statement 1 is correct. Factually, it is correct. And the second statement that these infrastructure investment trusts, they are registered with the SEBI, not under the Securitization and Reconstruction of Financial Assets and Enforcement of Security Interest Act, as mentioned in statement 2. So therefore, the statement 1 is correct and the 2 is incorrect, and the relevant answer is the C. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Similarly, you consider the following two statements. A very, very important statement. In the post-pandemic recent past, many central banks worldwide had carried out interest rate hikes. The question is not saying it is mainly on account of pandemic. It is only saying that in the post-pandemic period, the central bank worldwide had carried out interest rate hikes because in the post-pandemic period, due to various disturbances in the world, particularly Russian-Ukraine conflict, the commodity prices started rising. Commodity prices started rising, and particularly of diesel and petrol prices rose all over the world. As a result, the general price level in almost all the countries have increased. And as a result, to fight with the increasing prices or to fight with the inflation, the central bank carried out the hikes in the interest rate. All the central banks uh, all over the world, they have raised the interest rate to fight with the inflation. But the statement two is supporting it. Why the central banks are taking the the step for raising the interest rate hikes? Because they assume and they are confident that they have a ability to counteract the rising prices via monetary policy means, that is interest rate hike. Why they are so confident? Because since mid 90s onwards, most of the central banks have been assigned the role of maintaining the price stability, has been assigned to maintain the price level within the given range. And therefore, price stability has been the primary objective of the central bank. Like in our case also, under inflation targeting, we have given the target to RBI, which the RBI has to maintain. The consumer price index combined, they have to maintain within 2% and the 6%. So therefore, the all central banks have one common objective is maintaining the price stability. And therefore, over a period of time, they have developed the monetary policy means at their disposal to impact the level of prices in the economy. Therefore, statement 2 is obviously supporting the statement 1. Why they are taking the interest rate hikes? Because all the central banks are confident that they will be able to counteract with the rising prices through the monetary policy. And that's why the answer is A. Both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 is the correct explanation for statement 1. Because statement 1 gives you the policy initiative taken by the central banks, and statement 2 gives you the explanation for that. Why are they taking this policy measures? That's why the correct answer is A. Now coming to the question number 63, the carbon markets. Because carbon markets are likely to be one of the most widespread tools in the fight against climate change. Because climate change requires the reduction in the emission of the carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. That is the fundamental uh, pressure on the climate change. If you really want the climate change to not to happen, then we have to reduce the carbon emissions in all our activities. And therefore, to motivate those who are able to reduce the carbon emissions, the carbon markets are generated. Carbon markets are generated all over the world, where those who are able to reduce their carbon emissions, they are getting the carbon credits, and these carbon credits can be sold to those who are unable to reduce the carbon emissions, but they are investing in the carbon credits, so that those who can acquire the carbon credit, they have got motivation to reduce the further emissions. Therefore, the carbon markets are very, very important market where the carbon credits are traded all over the world. And therefore, the statement 1 is correct, because this is an important tool to fight against the climate change. But it is not necessary that under the carbon markets, the resources are transferred from private sector to state. This is not necessary. The carbon credit can be bought by anybody. Carbon credit can be bought by anybody. If I have made the commitment to the government that I will reduce my carbon emissions by this much percentage point during this period, and if I am unable to do that, then I have to buy the carbon credit from those who are having it, those who are able to reduce their carbon emissions more than what is required. And therefore, I'll have to pay to them and buy the carbon credit to justify my not reducing the carbon emissions. And therefore, those who are willing to sell the carbon credit and motivated to earn more carbon credit, they will be earning or in the process. But the resources may transfer from private to private or private to government or government to private. Any two parties may participate in the carbon markets. Therefore, statement 2 is factually incorrect. It will always transfer the resources from private sector to state. It is not necessary. It may be within the private sector. That's why the answer is C. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. The question number 64. Which one of the following activities of the RBI is considered to be part of the sterilization? Question is what is sterilization? The sterilization operations are conducted by the RBI only when they find that there is excess liquidity in the market. Excess liquidity is there in the market, and excess liquidity is normally observed when there is a huge capital inflows in the economy. Huge capital inflows in the economy. When the huge capital inflow into your economy, then the rupee the rupee liquidity is in excess in the market. And if rupee supply increases, that put pressure on the depreciation of the exchange rate. And therefore, to prevent the depreciation of the rupee, the central bank of the country conduct the open market operations where they sell the security bonds issued by the government and extract the liquidity from the market. Under the Government of India, we have a market stabilization scheme under which the government allocated in advance the market stabilization security bonds to RBI. And RBI sell these bonds in the market to extract the liquidity as and when it is required. So therefore, to conduct the sterilization process, the RBI has to conduct the open market operations. So A is the correct answer. The other is the oversight of settlement and payment system, debt and cash management for the central and state government, regulating the functions of non-banking. These are not concerned with the sterilization. Unless you know the definition of sterilization, it is difficult to answer such questions. We need to know what sterilization means. So that's why, based on the definition, we came to the conclusion that A is the correct answer, where the RBI conduct the open market operations to extract the excess liquidity from the market, and that is considered as a sterilization by the RBI. The next question is consider the following markets: the government bond market, call money market, treasury bill market, and a stock market. And question is asking how many of the above are included in the capital market. So if you know the definition of the capital market is a long-term market where the investable funds are sold and purchased for the long-term purpose. For example, government bond market, government issue the bonds maybe for the 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, or up to 30 years. Government issue the government bond and mobilize the resources from the market. Therefore, government bond market is essentially a capital market. Call money market is a short-term, very short-term market. It is called interbank money market, wherein the bank, if they need the funds in emergency, they can take the loan from any other bank only for 14 days, maximum 14 days at the policy rate, repo rate. And therefore, this is not a capital market. This is a very short-term market to meet the emergency needs of cash of a particular bank, and bank can take from another bank a 14 days loans. Of course, they have to pay the interest over that, which is determined by the repo rate, and therefore this is short-term market. Treasury bill market, maybe treasury bill market is also the capital market, because treasury bills are issued here and circulated here to mobilize resources. The stock market is obviously a capital market. Therefore, except call money market, all the other three markets are components of the capital markets in India. And that's why the answer is C, only three. Call money market is not the capital market, otherwise all the three markets are the component of the capital market in India. Now, the next important question is which one of the following best describe the concept of small farmer, large field. Here, the first is obviously ruled out. That is nothing to do with that. The uprooted from those country due to war, etc. The B is the correct answer, under which the many small and marginal farmers organize themselves into groups and synchronize and harmonize the selected agriculture operations. This is the definition of the small farmer large field scheme. This is a scheme, but the origin of this scheme is from the rice cultivation. In many countries, the small farmers, they were organized to grow the particular type of rice. That is the high quality rice cultivation to be grown. But to grow the high quality rice cultivation, the size of the farms are small. And therefore the small farmers are organized, and their land is organized into one integrated land. And on that, the all small farmers have grown together the hybrid variety of rice, and they have used all resources together, like water sources, fertilizer, etc. And the rice cultivation is grown, and the revenue received from the rice cultivation is distributed among all the members in proportion of their land contributed to the process. And therefore, the B is the answer. The C and D, C particularly, is a contract farming. C particularly relates to the contract farming, when you enter into the contract with the corporate body, and depending on the contract, either you surrender your land to them, or you take the technical and financial help from them and cultivate the crops which are required by the particular corporate of the quality they need. If that kind of contract is entered into, that is the contract farming. That is the contract farming. But here this is small farmer, large field. There is no legal group. There is no legal contract among them. It is only for the common motive, common objective. They come together and make the group, and they collect their land, and after the collation of the land, they make a large farm for cultivation, and they synchronize and harmonize their operations in such a way that harmoniously or simultaneously the a same crop is grown on the collected land, and revenue is distributed in proportion to the share of the land contributed in the process. Therefore, the B is the answer. B is the answer, correct answer, and this is the scheme. This is small farmer, large field scheme, which we have also been implementing in many parts of the country. In Odisha, we have tried to implement this scheme. In many parts of the country, the small farmer, large field scheme is being implemented. That's why the question has come in this exam. The next question is obviously the relating to MSP. And you know that the minimum support price is announced for the 23 crops, plus the sugarcane. Sugarcane is price is differently announced. FRP is announced for sugarcane, and in these 23 crops, they spread over Rabi and Kharif. Niger is the seed, is a oil seed, and therefore it is grown in the Kharif crop. It is grown in the Kharif crop, and this is covered under the MSP. It is covered under the MSP. And this is also a fact that the Niger seed oil is used for cooking purpose by most of the tribal groups in the eastern part of the country. Therefore, all the three statements are correct here. All the three statements are correct here. But why Niger has been chosen by the UPSC and put this question here? It is chosen because most recently the actual price of Niger in the market and the MSP announced by the government, a huge difference between the two. And difference is measured up to the extent of more than 2,000 rupees per quintal. And therefore, because of a huge difference in the MSP announced and the actual price prevailing in the market, the questions are being raised on the on the enforcement of the MSP. And since Niger is grown in the tribal areas, therefore the many questions are raised that we have to ensure the MSP at least to these tribal areas. And that's why this question has been put in this exam. The Niger is important because the differences in the MSP and the actual prices prevail is quite huge. And therefore, the government has to take some measures to ensure that the farmers who are growing the Niger, they get at least MSP of their produce. That's why the question has become important. Of course, you are aware that as far as MSP is concerned, already the controversy is going on in the country. Farmers are demanding the legal and foreseeable MSP, while the government is hesitating to announce the legally enforceable MSP. That controversy is going on, and government has set up the committee to look into the matter. Committee has not come out with any tangible suggestions, but that is a different story. But MSP has become a important topic not only for prelim, even for mains. A question is likely to come on the MSP. Now, the next important question is the investments in the following assets. Investments in the following assets: brand recognition, managing the inventory management or maintenance of the inventory, intellectual property, and mailing list of the clients. If a firm is doing the investment in these four items as the question has laid down, question is asking how many of the above are considered intangible investments. Intangible investment is the investment is done, but the physical outcome of the investment is not visibly seen in the process. For you're investing heavily in establishing your brand in the market, but the physical investment done and the physical outcome of that investment is not visibly measurable and available immediately in the market. And therefore, this is the intangible investment. You're investing heavily on brand management and brand recognition, but this is an intangible investment. The outcome of the investment is not visibly observed and seen. Inventory, obviously, a physical activity. The firms maintain the inventories to meet the excess demand, excess supply situation in the market. Intellectual property. When you are investing in acquisition of the skills of your labor and acquisition of the new technology, then it is intellectual property. Again, here is the intangible investment, because when you are acquiring the skills, it is not immediately visible how much skillful I have become after the company has made investment in me. Unless I work and show my the efficiency and skill in my performance, unless I do that, it is not visible, and therefore this is also an intangible investment. You cannot measure immediately, physically, what is the outcome of that investment. But maintaining a list of clients is a physical activity. You're maintaining a list of clients and you are prioritizing them as per your requirements, and therefore you are investing in maintaining a list of clients. So therefore, the brand recognition and the intellectual property, these are the two areas where the investment is made by the firm, but investment is normally considered to be intangible. Intangible, that is not visible, not visible immediately. Of course, it has a long-term impact on the performance of the firm, on the profitability of the firm, but immediately the outcome is not visible. That's why they are called intangible investments. So therefore, answer is here only two: brand recognition and intellectual property is is the two areas which are considered to be the which are considered to be the intangible investments. Now the 69. This is again a very important area of discussion, that is the finance commission. Of course, you must be knowing, but even at the cost of repetition, I'll just explain to you. The finance commission, when they make the recommendations to the government, they do two kind of devolution. One is called the vertical devolution. That is, first they decide the how much of the taxable pool of resources will be divided between center and the states. How much it will go to the center and how much it will go to the states. For example, today this is say the 41 and 59. The 41% of the total taxable resources will go to the states and the 59 will be retained by the center. That is the first division of the resources between center and the state is called the vertical devolution. And on this, there is no particular formula for that. It is only based on the trends and based on the decisions of the government, the vertical devolution is made. But once the division is made, then 41% of the resources are earmarked for distribution among the states. How this 41% will be distributed among the states, that is the most difficult part of the Finance Commission recommendations. And they have to develop the various criteria for distribution of the state share among all the states. And here, obviously, the principle is that those who are backward state, they should get the larger share out of the taxable resources, so that they can develop and do not lag behind vis-a-vis the other states. But the over a period of time, formula has been developed. Initially, the formula was essentially based on the population and backwardness, but over a period of time, we have started giving some responsibility on the state also, and we have started linking the share of the state in the taxable pool of resources, which are earmarked for distribution among the states based on certain performance, based on their performance in certain areas. And different pay commissions, different finance commissions are identifying the different indicators based on which they decide the horizontal tax devolution. In the 15th Finance Commission, they have earmarked the 4-5 factors, and out of the 4-5 factors, 3 are mentioned here. One is obviously demographic performance, because so far we have been using till the last Finance Commission 14th, we have been using the population which was freezed at 71 level. But in the 14th Finance Commission, we have removed this condition, and we used the latest population data for incorporating in the formula. But now we have in the 15th Finance Commission, we have set some responsibility on the states to perform in the demographic area. Means how much the population stability they are going to achieve. Whether the population is rising, population is falling, population is being stabilized, or what step government has taken, particular state government has taken for ensuring the movement towards the stability of the population in the states. So what is the performance of the state in this regard is considered to be one of the criteria. The coverage of forests and ecology, because as you know that climate change is obviously our most important target, and the forest ecology will help in maintaining or managing the climate change. Therefore, forest and ecology is given the importance in allocation of the resources or in allocating resources to the states. And every state have to indicate the extension in forest and ecology coverage in their state vis-a-vis the last commission. And that's why this is an important area. And last is tax and fiscal efforts. How much tax mobilization is done by a particular state. When we say tax mobilization, we here mean the how much own tax revenue is mobilized by the state during the last 5 years, and how much they have maintained their fiscal discipline in the form of maintaining the fiscal deficit and revenue deficit. And therefore, the commission has developed the criteria under each head how to apply on a particular state and decide their share. The weightage is given to the criteria demographic performance, the forest and ecology, and tax and fiscal efforts. These are the three criteria which are mentioned here, which are also part of the 15th Finance Commission horizontal tax devolution criteria. And therefore, here the answer is the three. Out of the five, the government reforms, stable government is not the part of the criteria of the 15th Finance Commission in horizontal tax devolution. Demographic performance, the forest ecology, and tax and fiscal efforts. And how they will be applied, methodology has been developed separately by the Finance Commission. We are not going into that. The important point here is that you should know the devolution made by the Finance Commission to the states, and first between center and the states. This is therefore the answer is the B, only 3 out of 5. 3 is there. Now this is also the another important area. Consider the following infrastructure sectors, that is affordable housing, mass rapid transport, healthcare, renewable energy. But how many of the above does UNOPS, Sustainable Investments in Infrastructure and Innovation, initiate focus for its investment? Therefore, the 4 area has been identified in the question. And UNOPS means United Nations Office for Public Services. Full form is United Nations Office for Public Services. In 1995 onwards, a separate office is created within the United Nations to deliver the public services. And because the focus in the after 2015 is on the sustainable development, and therefore the UNOPS is promoting the sustainable investment in infrastructure. And the S3I means that the sustainable infrastructure impact investment, sustainable infrastructure impact investment, or sustainable investment in infrastructure and innovation. These are 3 areas mentioned. Under this scheme S3I, the UNOPS has been granting the services to various countries and to various infrastructure projects. And various projects covered by the UNOPS are essentially related to affordable housing, healthcare, and renewable energy. Mass rapid transport is not covered by the UNOPS in his projects. Therefore, out of the 4 questions which are mentioned here, the answer is the 1, 2, 1, 3, and 4. Therefore, only 3. Answer is C. Therefore, you need to know that the around $1.2 billion they are delivering every year UNOPS under the schemes, and they are giving the soft loans to the states and for various infrastructure projects which are contributing towards the sustainable development. And as we have seen that sustainable development has 2 basic components. One is the environment compatibility, and second is the social development. Second is the social development or inclusiveness of the growth forces. The affordable houses and healthcare, they are dealing with the inclusiveness of the growth process, and therefore the UNOPS is promoting sustainable development through promotion of the inclusiveness in the growth process by providing the loans to build up affordable housing for the vulnerable sections or poor sections, and also ensure the health care to the in the inaccessible areas. Similarly, renewable energy they are supporting because renewable energy is a great source today, or is a game changer. We can call it as far as the climate change is concerned. And therefore, in all the major investments, renewable energy is on the top of all the international agencies, where a lot of funds are diverted toward the renewable energy sources. So these are the basic questions which are allotted to me relating to economics. Of course, there are so many questions which I could have discussed, but anyway, the 15 questions allotted to me which I have discussed. Thank you very much for giving the patient hearing to me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, welcome to Sriram's IAS. Myself Shiv Shankari, alias Shiva Ignatius. So I'm connected with you for environment. I'm connected with you for environment. No, actually there's a delay. Yeah, sorry. Actually I was checking because the link was not working. So before entering into our discussion, because your environment questions, almost like 17 to 20 questions approx has appeared in this exam. So before entering into our discussion, I like to introduce that you all know that the reputed institution Sriram's is on Unacademy platform, so you can avail the benefit of flat 20% off to join in the batches, right? And the forthcoming batch will be from June. So you can also see that June a new batch starts, and you can avail the benefit and then join in this. Along with that offer, you can join with us, okay, in Sriram's. Okay, now we'll begin the discussion. As you can see that the first question which we are going to discuss is related to United Nations World Water Development Report. No, if you would have watched my marathon session, I have definitely underlined about this report, and I told that it is expected. From water section, there is a question expected, and that is this question. Okay, so you can see this report was given by a body called UN Water on behalf of UN Water. UNESCO is preparing this report and publishing this report. Okay, so now we'll get into this report. According to the United Nations World Water Development Report 2022, India extracts more than a quarter of the world's groundwater withdrawal each year. Okay, this was the first statement. And statement 2 says that India needs to extract more than a quarter of the world's groundwater each year to satisfy the drinking water and sanitation needs of almost 18% of the world's population. So if you see, if you just go and verify this report, the first statement is right. The first statement says that more than quarter percent, that is almost 26% of the world's groundwater is withdrawal each year by India. Okay, so that first statement is right, I can say, right? Come to the second statement. It is saying that to satisfy it extracts more than a quarter of that report, almost 26%, we are saying no, of the world's groundwater to satisfy the drinking water and the sanitation needs of almost 18% of the world's population. So this is wrong, because to satisfy the agricultural needs, that is the right option I can write here. So to satisfy the agricultural needs only, they are withdrawing this water. So this is wrong. And if you see, the correct option is that it is option C. So statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect because given in the wrong way, right? We'll move to the next question. As you can see, this is some few more additional points which I have given related to that report only. You can also use this, right? And now you can see that the second question, it is considered the following statements, right? It's question number 9 in your set D. Right? In India, the biodiversity management committees are key to the realization of the objectives of the Nagoya Protocol. This also we have said several times that Convention of Biological Diversity, CBD, right? So this is an important convention, we said, based on the year-wise classification. Also, this year it is expected. And what they did, they asked a question connecting the BMC, that is Biodiversity Management Committee, you can see here, and connecting the Nagoya, because under the CBD there are two protocols we discussed in our classes. Even the rapid revision series we have discussed. One is Cartagena Protocol and other is Nagoya Protocol. Okay, so in this Nagoya Protocol they have taken. The Nagoya Protocol is related to the benefit sharing of the biological resources. Okay, so based on, because the Convention of Biological Diversity is having three objectives, in that the last objective is mainly talking about sharing of benefit arising out of the biological resources. So that is managed by the Nagoya Protocol. And Nagoya Protocol is, who is trying to realize the Nagoya Protocol? The Biodiversity Management Committee is the key committee, they have said, because under the Convention of Biological Diversity, India has formed its own Biological Diversity Act 2002. You know that is also on the year-wise classification. Again, it is important question. And based on this act only, we have derived the National Biodiversity Authority. So we formed the National Biodiversity Authority, okay, around 2003. The body was formed around 2003. And here there are three steps, three levels we can say. One is the National Biodiversity Authority, NBA. The second is State Biodiversity Board, okay, State Biodiversity Board. And third is the BMC. So BMC full form is already here, Biodiversity Management Committee. So they have asked question related to BMC. Everything it is connected, and year-wise classification, this question has come. And you can see, yes, for the Nagoya Protocol, especially the benefit sharing, you can come to this statement, see this, preparation of, these are all the functions of BMCs. BMC is a very important body, although it is at the grassroots level body. So it is the main body which is preparing the people's biodiversity register, we can say, okay, which is related to consultation with the local, because they are at the local level, so they are consulting with the local people and they are preparing this register. This register will have the information related to the biological resources and the traditional knowledges which are available with the jurisdiction of BMC. So the main function is done by BMC here. So that is why the first statement related to this is right. Okay, are the key to the realization of the objectives of the Nagoya Protocol. And not only that point, you can also see this, all the important functions are performed by this BMC only, Biodiversity Management Committee. Okay, so register shall be maintained and validated. The PRC will be maintained and validated by this committee only. Okay, so this is the second statement. The biodiversity management committees have important functions in determining access and benefit sharing. That is right, including the power to levy collection fees on the access of biological resources within its jurisdiction. They are not said everywhere. Within its jurisdiction, they have this power. They do not say that whether they are levying or not levying. That doesn't matter here. They have the power to levy, and that is definitely right, because you can see that as the BMC may levy charges by way of collecting fees from any person for accessing or collecting any biological resource for commercial purposes and under its jurisdiction. Okay, so this statement is also right. So based on that assessment, we can say both are right, and you can say the C is the right option here. Okay, C is the right option for ninth question related to your set D question. Come to 18th question. Consider the following activities. Spreading, first, number one, spreading finely ground basalt rock on farmlands extensively. Okay, so this question I can just say allied sector, agriculture, that is climate friendly agriculture, I said. So I repeated several times that definitely the techniques related to climate friendly agriculture will appear in your exam. So they have asked, lot of questions has already appeared like mulching and all. This time they have asked this, spreading finely ground basalt rock on farmland extensively. Okay, first, number one, and increasing the alkalinity of oceans by adding lime. Third, capturing carbon dioxide released by various industries and pumping it into abundant subterranean mine in the form of carbonated waters. Which of the above activities are considered and discussed for carbon capture and sequestration? So which are the way you are going to trap the carbon and store it? So one is climate friendly agriculture practice, it is right only. Alkalinity of the oceans you are increasing by adding lime, that is also right. So capturing carbon dioxide released by industries and pumping into subterranean in the form of, you can see this, in the form of, it is stored in the form of liquid, we can say. Okay, it's called a supercritical liquid and all. Okay, see this excess of this and pressure you are using to store it as a supercritical liquid. Okay. So that this all the three statements are right, and we can say that all three are right regarding to 18. Right. Come to the next one with reference to the role of biofilters in recirculating aquaculture system. Consider the following statements. Biofilters. This is also we guessed only. Bio related question. Bio toilet, like that we said. So biofilter this time. You can see gold, sorry, we have come to the next question. Biofilters. Statement number 1. Biofilters provide waste treatment by removing uneaten fish feed. This is first statement number 1. Biofilters convert ammonia present in fish waste to nitrate. Statement number 2. Biofilters increase phosphorus as nutrients for fish in water. Okay, so this way there are 3 statements. Come to the statement number 1. Mostly this time environment question are in this pattern only. Only one is correct. Only one statement is correct. Only 2 statements are correct. Only 3 statements are correct. Safe and side we can do. If you know a better answer, no, relative answer, if you know, you can do it. How many of the above statements given above are correct? That's a question. So you can see that biofilters provide waste treatment by removing unneeded fish feed. This is right only because when you take and learn about biofilter, you will come to know that it traps the organic sediments, okay, organic materials, any organic materials which is floating. So the fish feed is also trapped, solid particles, we can say, organic solid particles is filtered. Okay, so this statement is right. Biofilters convert ammonia present in fish waste to nitrate. Yes, because it provides a substratum for the growth of nitrifying bacteria. This bacteria, not biofilter, actually the bacteria which is there will convert ammonia to fish waste to nitrate. Ammonia is get converted into nitrate. The nitrifying bacteria which grows in the substrate provided by biofilters is responsible for conversion. Then it increases the phosphorus as nutrients for fish in water. This is wrong because biofilters try to reduce the phosphorus content. So this statement is wrong. So what we can conclude is that 1 and 2 is wrong. So I asked how many of the statements given above are correct. So with related to that, if I can say that 2 statements are correct, 1 is wrong. So I can say that B is the right option. That is only 2 is correct. Okay, related to question number 35. Now move to the next question. Consider the following statements regarding mercury pollution. So this is 15th year I told. The Mercury Convention, Minamata Convention we said. So this is again, every where only they were talking about discussing about the Kyoto Protocol and all. So mercury pollution I asked to trace that there might be a question from mercury pollution. Definitely it has come from the Minamata Convention of mercury pollution. So now come to statement number 1. Gold mining activity is a source of mercury pollution in the world. Okay, this is first statement. Second statement is saying coal-based thermal power plant causes mercury pollution. Third statement is saying there is no safe level of exposures to mercury. See, the first statement, most of us know that yes, gold mining activity is a source of mercury pollution only. This is right. Okay, but come to the second one, coal-based thermal power plant will cause mercury pollution or not? Yes, they also do cause the release of mercury, as you can see that the combustion process of coal, okay, the combustion process of coal and the other fossil fuels when it is taking place, not only coal, the other fossil fuels also, that especially the coal has much higher mercury concentration than the other fossil fuels comparatively. Okay, so that's why coal fire power plants, it emit larger quantities of mercury pollution than the other fossil fuels. So coal-based thermal power plants definitely causes mercury pollution. This is also right. But there is no safe level of exposure to mercury. Is it there or not? Is it there? Is it there or not? There or not? That's definitely there. It is not yet mentioned so far. We have never mentioned there is no safe level of exposure to mercury. And the authentic sources, you can see this. Most of the questions are traced on from down to earth, are science direct. Okay, so you have to be very careful. Same way, in that in article, it is completely mentioned that mercury is highly toxic element. We all know that but there is no safe level or a known safe level of exposure. We doesn't know how much level is safe for the human bodies. It is not yet mentioned. So this way we can say that this is also the right statement. So all the three are above related to mercury pollution is right. Again the same pattern only. How many of the above statements are correct? So here all the three is correct. Okay. It is not number wise. It is related to the statements. So all the three statements are correct. Now we go to the next question. Consider the following heavy industries. This is directly lifted from PIB and was given as a question. June, there was an article which came in Press Information Bureau. From that, everyone was focusing on green hydrogen, types of hydrogen, green hydrogen, how it is produced, how it is manufactured. But here the question was related to how, what are the industries which are going to benefit due to that green hydrogen, and because of green hydrogen decarbonization happens. So how many of the industries are going to decarbonize? In that clearly they have mentioned from the direct question it is, so there is no more discussion here. Fertilizer plants also right, oil refineries also right, and steel, iron and steel plants is also right here. Okay, so they are only steel plants, but in Press Information Bureau they have given us iron and steel, and with the additionally they have also given few more industries. And see this, all these three are right, so we can say all the three are correct. Okay, so for 49 also we can say C is the right answer. And then come to the next question. See, when we are talking about basic content, I already told when biodiversity, they will be also focusing on the reproductive nature of the biodiversity, ovipary, viviparous, and even some of the uh, mammals are, I told that they are oviparous, lay eggs, and some are marsupials. When I was discussing like this in the classes also I mentioned this. So question was from marsupials, because in the old question very long back they asked this word. So again they came out with that marsupials are not naturally found in India. Yes, this type of statement will always come in your question paper. Naturally found. What is meant by naturally found? Naturally found means when you walk in India, you will notice them in the wild. That is called naturally found. You will not grow them in a captivity. You can take a kangaroo from Australia and keep him in captivity. In a zoo, you can place him, but it's not naturally found. Naturally found means you have to walk inside a forest, you have to notice him. And marsupials, if you take, mostly present in Australias and Americas. And here you will not find marsupials. Okay, so here marsupials are not naturally found in India. Statement 1 is right only. So what is marsupial? Marsupial means, already if you have gone through the guidelines given by me, you would have definitely know that these are also a mammal only. They have an additional pouch in their body, so they will carry the young ones. The young ones are born before the matured stage, and then they are carried in the pouch, and nutrition goes through that. They lactate in that pouch, and after sometimes after it is grown up, it gets down from the pouch and grows separately. So there is no placenta connection, but still it is remaining in the mother's body. That is marsupial. And the statement number 1 is right. But marsupials can thrive. See, come to the statement 2. They can thrive only in montane grasslands with no predators. This is statement number 2. Can thrive only in montane grasslands. See this. I have given certain examples of marsupials. Koala bear and opossum, even possums. Opossum is different, possum is different, kangaroos. Like this wombat, cocas, we have a lot number of, almost 25 types of marsupials are there existing in the world. And it is said only in mountain grassland. Mountain grassland means which is in the hilly areas. Okay. But the marsupials can be found everywhere. You take kangaroo, only a kangaroo you can take, kangaroo. It is present everywhere. It is present in a grassland, it is present in a woodland, it is present in a forest. Okay. So it is present everywhere. Same way you take koala. Koala is present in eucalyptus forest. But what is the question is demanding? Question is saying that it is present in mountain grassland alone only. So it's definitely not right answer. As you can see, many of the marsupials which is living in trees, which are arboreal in character, and they live in forest. In the thick evergreen forest also they will live. In the deciduous forest also they will live, and in grasslands also they will live. Okay, so statement 2 is definitely wrong, and but statement 1 is correct. So sorry, statement 1 is also wrong. So this is also wrong. This is also, I'm sorry, it is given not naturally found. So that is right only. So statement 1 is right, statement 2 is wrong. So we can say that statement 1 is correct but statement 2 is incorrect because this is not the right one, and C is the right answer for this. So marsupials are not naturally found in India, that is right, but marsupials can thrive only in mountain grasslands is totally wrong. It can live in all types of, even in deserts they can live, in shrub vegetation they can live, including forest and all. Okay, so we'll move to the next question. See, invasive species specialist group. Again, IUCN. 1948, the body was formed, and we gave a clue that from IUCN there will be a question, but it was directed to the invasive species specialist group. As you can see, this also coming under the year-wise classification. The invasive species specialist group is also coming under year-wise classification. I will show you how. So, the invasive species specialist group which belongs to which one of the following organization? That was a question. And they have given an option like IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, United Nations Environment, UNEP, United Nations World Commission for Environment Development, UNCECD, and the Worldwide Fund for Nature, WWF. Okay, so this was a question, and we also expected Worldwide Fund will come for exam. It came in a different way. In the option, they have brought a Worldwide Fund. So what is the right answer for this? The answer is IUCN only, because this is a group, it's a specialist group done under IUCN. Okay, you can see here the Global Invasive Species Database, which was formed. It's managed by the species specialist group of the IUCN Species Survival Commission, and was developed between 1998 and 2000. So it's began in 1998 and 2000 it was developed. So that's in the year-wise classification also. This was important. So they have picked up this from the IUCN as given us as a question. Okay. And next question, we will move to the next question. So this and all you can add. Additionally, you can read it related to the alien species. They are giving this, giving a data. The group is forming a data. It's a database which is maintained by this group. Global Invasive Species Database, we can say. Okay, now come to the next question. See, consider the following fauna. The question is like this. It starts like this. Consider the following fauna. Number 1, lion-tailed macaw, Malabar civet, Samba deer. If you see this, lion-tailed macaw is one species and Malabar civet is another species. Both belongs to which are endemic to Western Ghats only. So we said that endemic species to Western Ghats, there is expectation because Nilgiri Thar we expected, but they have diverted the question to lion-tailed macaw and Malabar civet. Anyhow, they are also endemic species and endangered species from the Western Ghats. Again, come to Sambar deer. Now, if you see this, they have asked a question. I have several times I have repeated that adaptation is gaining importance, and more questions are appearing from this section. Definitely, there is a proof this time also. You can see counting from this, you can start. One is the marsupial type of question, reproductive adaptation, which it shows. Okay, then comes to this question. How many of the above generally nocturnal? Okay, it's a kind of adaptation. So, how many of the above are generally nocturnal or most active after sunset? Okay, so either it is nocturnal or it is active after sunset. It's a kind of adaptation only, organism shows. And you can see 3 organisms are given here. Lion-tailed macaw is an arboreal primate group. Lion-tailed macaw, it's a monkey. It's a arboreal in nature. So you consider this. Then civet, it's a cat species, cat type of species only. It's a civet. And deer. Now, most of all, we may think that deer will not come here. Deer is not active during night time or during dusk or dawn. It is not active. But lion-tailed macaw is a tree, arboreal in nature. So we may think it is also not right. Yes, lion-tailed macaw is not nocturnal in character. So it will not come under nocturnal. But Malabar civet, they are completely nocturnal animals. Okay. So this is right with related to nocturnal. Nocturnal means only at night time. But lion-tailed macaw is diurnal. We can call this as diurnal. That means during daytime. Sorry, they are active during daytime. Lion-tailed macaw is active during daytime. But Malabar civet is active during night time. Sambar deer, if you see, they are mostly active during dusk, mostly, and nocturnal also. Okay, both. Right, so they are found browsing. Browsing means eating the leaves of the trees or bushes. Okay, during dusk or during nocturnal period times. So I can say that only 2 is right. So B is the right answer. And you can also see the lion-tailed macaw, Malabar civet, and Samba deer. They are like this because during daytime you can see this deer resting under the tree. Okay, so they will never go for grazing or browsing. After the sun sets, then only they try to feed on the foods, right? Come to the next question. Which of the following organisms, 75th question this is, which of the following organisms perform waggle dance for others of their kin to indicate the direction and the distance to a source of their food? See, there is a clue. The previous year question, there was a question related to the pollination related question. In that, bees was an option. From options also we have to know what are the adaptations. This is another question which comes from adaptation only. So here, in order to indicate the direction of the food to their colleagues, to their we can say the nest mates, we can call like that. So they will dance this kind of dance. And there is one clue also here. Why specifically this question was asked? Again, in the years classification, if you see, the waggle dance was described by Nicholas, the person called Nicholas Unhag or Unshaj. I don't know how to pronounce his name. And he decoded, okay, and this first described by this person and then decoded by Carl von Frisch. For this only, this person has won the Nobel Prize in the year 1973. So that's how there is a connectivity of the year-wise classification also. So what they do for this particularly, this description, this identification only, you won a Nobel Prize itself. And for that, waggle dance was taken as a question and they put as a question, it's an adaptation mechanism in order to make the food available to the nestmates. They do dance like in the 8 shape. They dance and they indicate. So who are they? They are honeybees, right? Come to the next question. Consider the following statements. Some mushrooms have medicinal properties. Okay, some mushrooms psychoactive properties. Some mushrooms have insecticidal properties. Some mushrooms have bioluminescent property. Last year there was a question related to gucci, a mushroom, a caterpillar mushroom, gucci. And I said that mushrooms and related fungi related questions are nowadays appearing a lot. Same way, same question, mushroom is repeated again. Medicinal property. Gucci is also having a medicinal property. Apart from that, there are a lot number of mushrooms which are having a medicinal property. Okay. So, we can say that yes, mushrooms have medicinal properties. That is true only. Okay, true. Normally, the normal mushrooms we are eating, no, when you take a mushroom from a forest, consumable mushrooms, all having anti-aging properties. So, it's having a medicinal pharma properties present in the mushrooms. Some mushrooms have psychoactive property. Psychoactive means what? Changing, it's creating an impact on the neurons and it is creating a psychoactive effect. Like how you are taking drugs, it gives the same effect. Example, I can say the magic mushrooms, which is present in the southern part in the Tamil Nadu. You can see the magic mushroom. Similarly, in many states we have these kind of mushrooms. Yes, so these mushrooms are having a psychoactive properties. Okay, yes, that is true only. It is giving equal effect like a drug, and even if they are consuming more, they even die also by taking these mushrooms. So that is also right. Some mushrooms have insecticide properties. Recently, an article was out, and they told that around 175 group of mushrooms are there. In that, almost 75 mushrooms they have discovered that they are acting against insects, right? So these are having insecticidal properties. Yes, definitely they are having insecticidal properties. That is also true. Bioluminescent property. In 2020, there was an article from related to Meghalaya. They found this bioluminescent mushroom called as ghost mushroom. They call this as ghost. Night time they illuminate. Ghost mushrooms, like how certain jellyfishes and all. When you go in the sea beaches, you can find in certain countries, they will light. That is called bioluminescence. At night, they will glow. Same way, these mushrooms are also glowing at night. They discovered this mushroom even in India. In Meghalaya, they discovered it. So, some mushrooms have bioluminescence property. Yes, all types of mushrooms are present in India also. So, how many of those statements are correct? All 4 are correct. Above all are correct related to the above. Okay. See, these are bioluminescent mushrooms. You can see they glow like this, beautifully. Now come to the 77th question. Consider the following statement regarding the Indian squirrels. We can consider this as a palm squirrel only. They have not mentioned as giant squirrel or ground squirrel, nothing. They have mentioned Indian squirrels, the common squirrels which you can, when you go to parks, the park in the urban areas also, you can see these people. So they are palm squirrel, we can call them. So Indian squirrels, they build nest by making burrows in the ground. Okay, this is statement number 1. They store their food materials like nuts and seeds in the ground. Okay, and statement 3, they are omnivorous. How many of the above statements are correct? See this, I have given a figure for you. These people, mostly if you see, watch them, they will stay in the tree, arboreal. They come down, okay, for some purpose, even for picking up some foods, they will come down. But they build their nest over tree. They do not burrow the ground. They are not a ground squirrel, okay. They do not burrow ground. They build the nest over the tree only and stay, and they hoard the food either in the mouth or in the nest, not in the ground. They don't bury in the ground. Okay, so this statement is also, they build nest by making burrows in the ground, is wrong, because this particular squirrel do not hibernate at all. Like the other squirrels, they do not undergo hibernation. Hibernation is another adaptation mechanism, no? They do not hibernate. Okay, so generally to say, they do not make nest or burrows in the ground. Mostly the hibernation animal, those who undergoes hibernation, will make burrows. So they store their food materials like nuts and seeds in the ground. This is also wrong. And they are omnivorous, that is right. Apart from eating fruits, seeds, they also eat insects. Okay, for that purpose also they reach the ground. So how many of the above statements are correct? Only one is correct related to this, Indian squirrels. Right. So A is the right option. Only one is correct. We will go to the next question. As you can see, consider the following statements. Some microorganisms can grow in environments with the temperature above the boiling point of water. So most of the questions which we have discussed here is in the book which I have mentioned. Specifically, when I was taking classes, I mentioned this, the microorganisms, which includes some kind of protozoas, some kind of archaeas. Archaeas are not bacteria. Archaeas, bacterias. Okay, all are called microorganisms only. So some microorganisms can grow in environments with temperature above the boiling point of water. And some microorganisms can grow in environment with temperature below the freezing point of water. That is statement number 2. Statement number 3, some microorganisms can grow in highly acidic environment with the pH below 3. Okay, so see, the statement number 1 means the highly boiling point of water. Even in the hydrothermal, you can see the bacteria, certain kind of bacteria which lives there. So they grow in high temperature areas. Okay, and some can grow even in snow. Snow also you can find them. The bacteria you can find in snow also. Even in the desert, I told, extremely hot temperatures, you can find a bacteria. So some microorganisms can grow in highly acidic environment with the pH below 3. This may be a difficult question to assess, but when we are discussing, about, do you remember the interaction chapter? There I told you that in that kind of interactions, it's like a neutral interaction, amensalism. Here, neutralism, we can take neutralism, where both organisms will live in the same environment, but one will not hurt another. I told in the stomach of human, lot of bacteria are living. The good doing bacteria also living, the bad doing bacteria are also living. Anna. So if you take the stomach of a human, the pH value is even below 2. Even you can take that as an analyzation, and you can have done this question in a nice manner. So this is also right only, and these also are right. As you can see in the statement, see these organisms called as extremophiles. Extremophiles means in the extreme environment they will live, either in the very hot or in the very cold temperatures they will survive. So both are right. And some microorganisms also grows in the highly acidic environment. Even in the, they are called as acidophiles. Like how we are saying them as extremophiles, they are called as acidophiles. And you can see this, they are also even found in sulfur, vents, sulfur vents, hydrothermal vents and all. And in the volcanic lavas also you can find them, the sulfur, where the sulfur content is high, the acidic nature is high, and they are found there also. So how many of the above statements are correct? All the 3 are correct. All the 3 are right. Okay, so 78, this is also, we guessed that it will be appearing in the exams. Come to the next question. 7. Which of the following makes a tool with a stick to scrap insect from a hole in a tree or a log of wood? This generally was a discussion there in the current affairs. There was an article related to this. How a particular primate is very turning to be a very intelligent animal. So you take that fishing cat. Why fishing cat is going to eat an insect first of all? Generally, you can. It's odd man out. Many times I discussed about fishing cat when I'm talking about a wetland, especially Sundarban. I told that this fishing cat will survive on fishes. So he has a webbed feet. He will go swimming in the water and catch the fish and eat. the Sundarbans. So it's wrong. Then come to again otter. This is living in a marine environment. Okay, he eats marine organisms. Then comes to sloth bear. Okay, sloth bear, even though this animal eats, it's omnivorous in character, but they do not have that much of intelligence to make a tool and then use it by saving energy and all, huh? So it's very slow moving bear. So the orangutan, definitely this will might the answer. This way you can exclude the wrong options also. Okay, so now come to that analyzation. See here, this is orangutan. He is using a stick. You can see into the hole. He is leaving a stick and then he is scraping out the insect out. So very recently they have found out he's having a lot of problem solving skills. Okay, so they are used stick to extract the insect from the bark of the tree. Then it's also kind of adaptation, we can say. Okay, so see how many questions has come from adaptations alone. How many questions has been asked so far? Huh? Then come to the next question, question number 80. Consider the following: aerosols. Number 1, aerosols. Number 2, foam agents. Number 3, fire retardants. And number 4, lubricants. In the making of how many of the above are hydrofluorocarbons used? Okay. So here you can see this is a direct question, very direct question. And hydrofluorocarbons related to ozone hole, which are responsible for making the ozone hole. You can see this question is directly lifted and from the source of the that from the where and all hydrofluorocarbons is released. For hydrofluorocarbons, for where and all they're using for making, for that only directly it was lifted. So here this is also right, aerosol for sprays it is used, foaming agents, fire retardants, and even in lubricants, the refrigerators and all, as a lubricant it is used, hydrofluorocarbons. So all 4 are right only, all 4 is correct here. Okay, come to the last question. Consider the following statements. This is a bit confusing question also. Once the central government notifies an area as a community reserve, okay, this question starts like this. Once the central government notifies an area as a community reserve, statement number 1, the chief wildlife warden of the state becomes the governing authority of such forest. Statement number 2, hunting is not allowed in such area. Statement number 3, people of such area are allowed to collect non-timber forest produce. Statement number 4, people of such area are allowed traditional agricultural practices. Okay, so there are 4 statements related to that. When a particular area is notified as a community reserve, then what are the things which is practiced and which are not practiced? First statement, the chief wildlife warden of the state becomes the governing authority of such forest. Suddenly, if you see that, you may run towards it and say, yes, right only. Chief wildlife warden is having more power. But chief wildlife warden is having more power related to national park and wildlife sanctuaries. And even if you come to conservation reserve, he may have. But related to community reserve, you can see that the state government will formulate a committee. Okay, that committee is called as Community Reserve Management Committee. This was a committee which will be formed by the state government, and this committee, okay, is will be responsible. It's authority which is responsible for conserving, for maintaining, and for managing the community reserve. Everything will be checked by this committee only. And this committee, all these are how and all will be member of this committee. It is described here. You can see that from that village panchayat, representatives from the village panchayat and one representative of the state forest or wildlife department will be in this committee. Okay, so almost like not less than 5 representatives. That means 5 and more than 5 it can be there, and one from a state forest or wildlife department can be the member of this committee. And this committee, if you see, this committee shall be the competent authority to prepare and implement the management plan for the community reserve, to steps take to ensure the protection of wildlife and its habitat in the reserve, everything. And the committee shall elect a chairman who shall also be the honorary wildlife warden on the community reserve. It is not said that the chief wildlife warden is managing the community reserve, but the committee is managing everything. They will be the authority who is responsible for everything. This is as per the Wildlife Protection Act, section 36D is discussing this. I am not discussing on my own. Go and verify that act also. Under that, community reserve management committee is there, and they have the authority, and they will elect a chairman who will be acting as a honorary chief wildlife warden only to the community reserve. But in the conservation reserve, it's totally different. There will be also a committee, but the committee will advise the chief wildlife warden in performing his duties. So this statement 1, if you see, this is wrong. Hunting is not allowed in such area. Hunting is not allowed in such area. That is right only. Once when that area is declared community reserve, this was an article which was published in Down to Earth also. You can check that. Hunting is not allowed after you have published that area as a community reserve. And people of such area are allowed to collect non-timber forest produce. This is also right. Yes, they are allowed to collect non-timber forest produce. And people of such areas are allowed traditional agricultural practices. This is also right, because in that article they have said agricultural practices including jhum cultivation. Jhum cultivation is something related to slash and burning of agriculture. You are burning a forest, fire. You are firing a forest, you are burning it down, and then you are doing cultivation in a new area. It is not allowed. But they consider that also a traditional agricultural practice only. That is not allowed. But traditional agricultural practices which will be helpful for to act against a climate change, climate friendly practices. So environment friendly agricultural practices related to traditional agriculture like agroforestry, all this can be allowed in that. Okay, so all the 2, 3 and 4 can be correct. So how many of the above statements are correct? Only 3 is right. So this way you have to analyze the answer related to respective to the questions. Okay, so with this we will end here. We'll then this will be taken over by the next faculty, the next.
Yeah. So very good evening, friends. So let me start with the part of geography. And before starting with geography, my dear friends, so again, we are starting a separate batch for the students of Unacademy platform. So kindly use the opportunity to join us. Right. Now here, we'll be discussing about the questions that is asked in geography. Okay. Right. So I have just maintained the numbers. Right. Excuse me. Kindly excuse me. Yeah. Right, my dear friends, just putting a word again. June 8th, we are starting a new batch. Kindly use this opportunity. Right. As I said, I'll just start with the geography questions and I have just maintained the numbers. All these question numbers I have just maintained with this series called as a D series. Right. So, whatever I'm just showing as question number 11, you'll be finding the same question in D series. And in the chat box, my dear friends, you'll also find a link that is given where you can download the answer keys, complete answer key, you can download it. Just look for the chat box right there. The link for this answer key, complete answer key is also given. Okay. Right. Now, question number 11, my dear friends. Question number 11. Consider the following countries: Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, everything is given. See, this question, I feel that it is a direct question because Ukraine was continuously there in news since last prelims. Okay. Even say, for example, our important topics session. See, for example, we have taken one important, say, for example, the most important topics in geography. There, I have highlighted the regions in and around Ukraine also. Somewhere, specifically, we have mentioned, right? You have to take care of somewhere looking for the countries which is bordering what? Ukraine. If that is the case, among them, my dear friends, only two countries, right? Two countries, Romania and Hungary is the only two countries which is actually bordering them. Somewhere you can see the same, right? Romania and Hungary alone is bordering among the given states as such. So I feel that this is one of the expected questions. This region or this area is highly expected, so nothing, it is not a shocker as such. Okay, right. So answer is My goodness. Yeah, only 2 is the answer, right? Only 2 I have just marked it. Only 2 is the answer. Okay, right. Now the second question. See, this question is an inferred question, what you can answer it from NCRT itself. And what I have just pasted, say for example, I have just copied and pasted the statement as it is given in what NCRT, right? Going by that, see this question, you can also say for example, somewhere apply the elimination technique. What are the questions where you can apply the elimination technique? I'll tell you. Say for example, the total amount of insolation received at the equator is roughly about 10 times of that received at poles. Maybe here I cannot use this elimination technique, but here, see B. Infrared rays constitute roughly 2/3 of insolation. You can eliminate it because when I talk about insolation, my dear friends, insolation is not infrared. Insolation is what? Ultraviolet. Am I right? They are saying that insolation is what? Infrared. Exactly opposite. Am I right? You can eliminate it. And see again, when I talk about D, option D, infrared waves are part of visible spectrum of electromagnetic waves of solar radiation. They are saying infrared, name itself says infrared. It is not visible spectrum. Am I right? You cannot see it visibly. Am I right? D again, I can say for example, eliminate. The only option what you have is you have a choice between what? Say for example, this. Right. We have a choice between, say, for example, A and C. For example, C, directly I can go with for C. For example, infrared waves are largely absorbed by water vapor that is concentrated in the lower atmosphere. You read the NCRT passage, my dear friends, right? It says, within the troposphere, water vapor, ozone, and other gases absorbs much of the near infrared radiation. Okay, directly the statement is matching. Okay, again, if I want to eliminate, say, for example, this A, my dear friends, for example, see, it is given here. The insolation received at the surface varies somewhere 320 watts per meter square in tropical areas. Tropical areas is what? The highest. Equatorial region is not the warmest place on the earth. I mean, tropical region is the warmest place on earth. If that is the case, somewhere, right? Tropical region, the so-called warmest region in the earth itself experience or receives somewhere around 320 watts per meter square. But when I talk about poles, my dear friends, it is 70 watts per meter square. If that is the case, somewhere even if I just take that equatorial is the warmest region, it is not 10 times. Am I right? And one more thing, I always say, for example, whenever they say 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, most of the time that option will be wrong. Okay. See, directly you got the answer. Otherwise, I'm just telling you, by somewhere employing this elimination technique also, you can solve this question. Okay. Right. Fine. The next question with reference question number 13. And again, 13 is again a very direct and easy question. See, for example, this question, this type of questions, this year you happen to find more such number of questions. Earlier, this question is normally asked under this assertion and reasoning type of a question. Okay. See, whatever the option, they have nowhere mentioned that this is assertion and reasoning type of a question. But somewhere reading the option, it is exactly what exactly given in what assertion and reasoning type of a question. Okay. Now, right. See, for example, just read the option. Read the option. For example, statement 1 and statement 2 individually, I have to read it. Okay. And somewhere, see, for example, what exactly option A says both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Both are correct. And statement, say, for example, 2 is the correct explanation of statement 1. That's what it says, right? Now, how to check whether statement 2 is the correct option means explanation of statement 1. Simply use this word called as what? Because, my dear friends, right? Simply use this word called as because. If because is making a meaning, right, it means statement 2 is explaining statement 1. If because is not making a meaning here, they are not explaining the same. That's what the idea is. Okay. So first individually check whether statement 1 and 2 are correct. In that way, I'm just checking the statement 1. They say soil in tropical rainforest is rich in nutrient. Exactly, it's wrong. Am I right? My dear friends, let me tell you, the soils of, say, for example, this evergreen forest or tropical rainforest, they are leached soils. Somewhere I say, wherever you have this hot and humid climatic condition, nutrient will also be less, right? That's the mineral content will also be less, humus content will also be less. It's a leached soil. That's the reason normally we say any rainforest, you say, for example, go for deforestation today. rejuvenation of the forest becomes very difficult. Why? Because the soil fertility is very, very less. But what exactly they are saying? They are saying exactly opposite. They are saying this soil is very rich in nutrient. No, they are very poor in nutrient, right? Sometimes what happens, it results in a kind of soil called as what? Laterate soil. Okay, statement one itself is wrong, my difference. If statement one is wrong, your option becomes very, very easy, right? See, if statement one is wrong, directly I can go for what? D. And let me tell you, assertion and reasoning type of a question, though I agree, say for example, assertion and reasoning type of a question, last few years this question was not asked. So general format of this question we do not know. But reading the option I can go for it. But one thing is there in assertion and reasoning type of a question, if one statement, either two statements are given, right? Technically speaking, only one will be, if at all, if it is wrong, only one statement will be wrong. If you identify that statement one is wrong, automatically that statement two will be right. According to assertion and reasoning principles, I'm just saying, right? Even if I do not know about this assertion and reasoning type, I can go for, I can read this statement individually, I can select the answers. Okay, right. Find my difference. Right. Question number 14. Statement 1. The temperature contrast between continents and ocean is greater during summers than in winters. See, some of the answer keys, what I have verified, they have given that this statement is wrong. But see, you verify the NCRT given diagram itself. I have just taken the NCRT isotherms diagram, right? I have taken the isotherms diagram. January isotherms and July isotherms I have just taken. Okay. See the January isotherm. January isotherm, northern hemisphere, it is winter for us. Southern hemisphere, it is summer for us. Okay. It is summer for us. And whenever, see, when I talk about isotherms, I know the fact that whenever this isotherm is, say, for example, somewhere, it is moving from land to water or water to land, there will be a slight bend. Because the temperature is not same. Water and land, there will be a temperature difference because water maintains the temperature. Bend will be there. And if you find it, my difference, during the winters, the bend is minimum. The bend is minimum. Okay. The same map or the same region, if the month of summers, if you see, I happen to find what? A very larger bend. Am I right? See the nature of the bend. The nature of the bend is what? Very, very high. That's the reason I said, right? Summer, the contrast is higher. Some of the keys released, I have just seen it, right? Somewhere I have just seen it. Say, for example, they said that this statement is wrong. But let me tell you, according to me, according to the inferred knowledge, this statement is right. Okay. So clues, direct inferred knowledge, you can take it from NCRT itself. Okay. Right. Statement 1 is correct. Number 2, statement 2. Generally, we say water maintains temperature. If you ask me why exactly water maintains temperature, because of the simple fact, right? The specific heat capacity of water is what? Very high, right? Very high. For example, what is specific heat capacity? The amount of energy that is needed to increase the temperature of water by 1 degree centigrade, you call them as what? Specific heat capacity, right? So heating the water also takes more time. Water losing that energy also takes more time. In between, water maintains temperature. So both the statement are correct. If I use this word called as because, somewhere I understand statement 2 explains statement 1, right? So answer is both statement 1 and 2 is correct, right? Now, my friends, this is direct question. Even say, for example, this slide also, you can find it in our most important topics we have discussed just before the examination we have discussed. On 7th and 14th of May, we have discussed it. So, means I have just copied the same slide. We have discussed the same thing in the class itself, right? In a seismograph, P waves are recorded earlier than S waves. Obviously, see, they are talking about the body waves. Normally, P wave travels somewhere around 6 to 7 kilometers per second. Whereas S wave travels somewhere half the velocity, somewhere around 3 to 3.5 kilometers per second it travels. So obviously speaking, what is the fastest traveling wave is what? P wave. So which will be recorded first on any seismograph if you ask me? P wave, obviously. Okay. And number 2, this also we have discussed. In P waves, my difference, the individual particles vibrate to and fro in the direction of the wave propagation. That's what we call them as what? Longitudinal wave. What is this longitudinal wave? See, specifically, we have also mentioned in the class, right? The same thing, right? When I talk about the wave propagation, this is how the direction. All the slides, what I am using here, I have just taken from the class slide itself, what we have, right, have been teaching. Okay. Now, here my difference. When I talk about the wave direction of the propagation of the waves, right? The direction and the oscillation of the particles will be parallel to each other. Technically, you call them as what? Longitudinal waves. What about S wave? If you ask me, the direction of the wave and the wave oscillation will be perpendicular to each other. Am I right? You call them as what? Transverse waves. That's what they have asked it here, right? P waves, the individual particles vibrates to and fro in the direction of the waves propagation. Whereas in S wave, the particle vibrates up and down at right angle to the direction of the wave propagation. Both the statement given here are correct. Okay, both are correct. Right. Right, my dear friends. Now, question number 16. With reference to the coal-based thermal power plants in India, following, right? Following statements. Okay. And see, I would say that this is one of the easiest questions. Say, for example, whether to include this question under the subject called as geography itself is a big question mark. Okay, but somewhere some question has to be, say, for example, allotted under some subjects. Am I right? But still, I'm telling you, whichever subject this question belongs to, my dear friends, I believe that this question is one of the easiest question. I always say, whenever you come across the extreme words like all includes 100%, none includes 0%, right? It means we call them as what? Absolute words. We call them as absolute words. Whenever you come across the absolutism, my dear friends, 99% it is going to be wrong. For example, see, they say, of course, I understand coal based thermal power plants are water intense, but no way in the statement they have mentioned it. Okay, but still going forward, none of them uses seawater. None of them. Mundra Port is the classical example. I talk about the Mundra Port, my dear friends. Of course, Mundra Port, there is a port based coal thermal power plants because import of coals also, say, sometimes, say, for example, anthracite coal, we make it. Okay, so there we use the seawater. They say none of them. And talk about, say, for example, the coal-based thermal power plants, particularly which is oriented towards the port and other areas, they use seawater, right? They say none of them, right? Answer is wrong. None of them is set up in water-stressed district. Again, see, most of the places where you extract coal, am I right? Where the coal is being mined, am I right? They belong to a semi-arid regions. Obviously, I understand semi-arid regions or water-stressed regions, am I right? And say, for example, there was also a report saying that 40% of the coal-based thermal power plants are located in water-stressed district. 40%. But see, forget about the report and all, my dear friends. None. They are saying none of them. Remove it. Take some risk, some calculated risk you have to take it. None of them is privately owned. Again, when I talk about, say, for example, Mundra thermal power plant, it is owned by Adani. Am I right? There are n number of privately owned thermal power plants, right? That is the case. Answer to this question is what? None. Right? 16th, none of them. 26th. 26th, again, I would say, for example, yes. This is again a one easy questions I would term it as. For example, why I term it as easy question? See, the statement one is a very vague statement. See, for example, Switzerland is one of the leading exporter. Okay, they have not given a rank. They have not given, say, for example, they have not used any absolute words. They have not said that, okay, Switzerland is the leading producer or Switzerland is the largest exporter of coal in terms of value. They are simply saying they are one of the leading exporter. Where, see, they are increasing the ambit of the statement being right is what more. One of the, even in top 10, even in top 20, it is there. I can, somewhere, I can take it right because they have not quantified it. They say one of the leading producers. Certainly speaking, it is not quantified it. So, whichever is not sad means quantified it, you take it for your advantage. You make it right. And one more thing I told you, assertion and reasoning type is one. Where you read all the questions, you will understand that both the statement together will not be wrong. Okay. See, earlier we used to have one statement, right? One only is correct, two only is correct, both one and two is correct, neither one nor two is correct. You do not have an option here called as neither one nor two is correct. Okay, right. Now, my dear friends, see here the second statement. Switzerland has the second largest gold reserve of the world. Now, here, even if you do not know the fact, somewhere look for the size of the country and somewhere say, for example, think about yourself and answer the question whether there is a chance that it can have or second largest. They have quantified it, right? Can it be the second largest gold reserve of the world? If you ask me, answer is no, because they are ranked seventh in number. Am I right? Say, for example, it is not second, it is seventh. And of course, the distance, when I talk about ranking wise, also there is seventh, right? Switzerland ranks somewhere around seventh. Even when I talk about the quantity, right? Almost say, for example, it holds what? very, very limited when it comes to the others in general. Okay. So here the statement 2 is wrong. Statement 2 is wrong. Okay, right. So the statement 2 is wrong. Directly I got the answer, right? Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Okay, right. Right, my dear friends. Now, question number 36. Yes. See, for example, sitting in the examination, somewhere almost answering this type of a question. I understand it is more like a bouncer. But one thing nebular hypothesis, at least we know, because when talk about, say, for example, this formation of the solar system itself is formed out of what? Nebula. Am I right? Nebular hypothesis. So one thing I understand, nebula itself is a giant cloud of dust and gas in space. That's what this theory itself says. If nebula is somewhere matched with Cepheids, I understand what is given against nebula is also wrong. Am I right? If I can match that nebula is nothing but what giant clouds of dust and gas in space, automatically, say for example, Cepheids and nebula both becomes what? Wrong. Okay. And when I talk about pulsars, my dear friends, when I talk about pulsars, what exactly is pulsars? Pulsars means pulsating stars. Okay. Normally, what happens, pulsating stars, what happens? Normally, you'll be finding that, say, for example, the visibility. It becomes, say, for example, it's more like a dim and dip. Okay. The brightness will increase, the brightness will dip. Brightness will increase, brightness will dip. Right? It's kind of a pulsating, say, for example, stars, you call them as what? Pulsars. Okay. If that is the case, right, nothing, the explanation do not nearly match with the definition of the pulsating stars. Okay, so here all the, say for example, objects in space and description given is what? Wrong. Okay, none of them is a right answer. Okay, right. Now, my dear friends, and this question, you have to check it. I'll tell you. Okay, first I'll just give you what can be the possible answer. Then I'll tell you what is the problem of this question. And not necessarily that all questions asked in UPSC is correct, because if you remember last year, this year the answer key is not out. Official answer key is not out for 2020 preliminary examination. But for 2021 preliminary examination, one question was dropped. Right? Series A, if I'm not wrong, question number 20 was dropped. Right? Here again a fallacy is there. I'll tell you what exactly is a fallacy here. But actually, yes, still you can get a right answer. See, for sure, Jhelum River passes through Uller Lake. This is a fact, universal fact, because Uller Lake is the largest freshwater lake in India. I have to know this fact, right? There is no other go for it. Right? Number two, it says Krishna River directly feeds Kolleru Lake. See, Kolleru Lake, again in class itself we discussed about Kolleru Lake. Kolleru Lake is somewhere located between Krishna and Godavari. So when I use this word called as between Godavari and Krishna, neither Godavari will be feeding it nor Krishna will be feeding it. Okay. And they have used the word called as what? Directly. Right? These are the words what I should look for in the examination. Right? Directly. My dear friends, Kolleru Lake is actually fed directly from the waters of the seasonal rivers of, right, Budameru and Tamileru. Am I right? These are the rivers which feeds them. Right? Even if you look at the map, some of the very important lakes, you'll be finding they are located away from this Kolleru Lake. My dear friends, statement 1 is right, statement 2 is wrong. Okay. Now, the only thing is that there is a debatable situation occurs when I read this statement 3. Why I'll tell you. Meandering of Gantak River formed Kanvar Lake. Actually, if you search in Wikipedia, it is not Gantak Lake, it is Buri Gantak River. See, Gantak and Buri Gantak both are tributaries of Ganga, left bank tributaries of Ganga, no denial about it, but they are separate rivers. Even if you say they are old course, till today they are separate rivers. Am I right? Separate rivers. And even when I talk about, say, Kanvar Lake, my dear friend, somewhere if you look at it, we have a bird sanctuary in Kanvar. Am I right? When I talk about Kanvar Lake, if you somewhere search the Google, right? Search the Google Maps, if you locate it, very near to Kanvar. Slightly the western side of Kanvar Lake. Assume that this is Kanvar Lake. Right? Slightly the western side of Kanvar, what you will be finding is Buri Gantak, not the Gantak. Am I right? So if that is the case, my dear friends, very technically speaking, this answer should be wrong. But I am treating it as right. Why I'll tell you? Because official website of Bihar, right, tourism, say for example, website of Bihar, they have given this statement directly. Okay. So somewhere, if that is the case, I would prefer the information given in the website of Bihar. right, more authenticated than what is given in Wikipedia. Wikipedia says Burigantak, but the tourism, say for example, website, government of Bihar, say for example, says that it is Gantak River. So I'm just going for Gantak River, right? Fine. So if that is the case here, only the statement 2 is wrong. Okay. And I understand, say for example, these are the type of question, this pattern was introduced only last year. This pattern. Only one statement is correct, only two statement is correct, only three statement is correct and all. Only last year they have introduced. And this is one type of a question where elimination technique will not help you in finding the answer. Elimination technique, or say for example, techniques can somewhere individually help you in identifying whether the given statement is right or wrong. But identifying an answer, it may not help you. But with that clarification, my dear friends, how many statements given are correct if you ask me? I'll go for 2, right? Again with a star mark, right? Third also, I'm just treating it as correct just because of the fact it is given in the website of Bihar. Okay, right. Right, question number 52. These are the facts, what you find it directly in NCERT. There is a topic called as, say, for example, class 12 NCERT, India, people and economy. Say, for example, there is, right, transport and trade is given, my dear friends. Under the trade head, you can find the same word, right? Kamaraj Port is the first major port in India registered as company. The same word is given in NCERT. Don't worry, right? Direct sources NCERT. Only you will not have an information about this Mundra port. You will not have that information. Okay, right. And if you have any doubts, also you can put it in chat box, my dear friends. Okay, right. If you have any doubts, okay. So here, Mundra port, it is not given, but of course, today you call it as Mundra port. You comes under this Adani port, right? Adani's right port. It is the largest privately owned port in India. This is a fact. This is a fact. And it says Vishakhapatnam port is the largest container port in India. No, this fact is wrong because NCERT itself says, right, Navasheva port, that is Mumbai. Mumbai also has 2 ports, right? Navasheva port or Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, right, of Mumbai. That's the one which has the largest, this is the largest container port in India. Again, this particular fact, it is given in what? NCERT itself. Okay. So, if that is the case, my dear friends, Vishakhapatnam alone, if you remove it, the rest of it is the answer. So 2 pairs are matched. Okay. Right. And coming here, again, you find the same words in NCERT. I'll tell you, right? If you read, say, for example, class 11 NCERT, India Physical Environment, there is a chapter called as Natural Vegetation. If you are looking for, say, for example, the deciduous forest, directly they have given that Mahua and teak are the trees of the deciduous forest, right? Directly they have given, right? If that is the case, both are correct. What about jackfruit, if you ask me? Jackfruit, you will not find it in your NCERT. They are not part of, right, the deciduous forest. And let me tell you, my dear friends, jackfruit actually belongs to evergreen tree. I'm not talking about forest because jackfruit put together, they do not make, say, for example, a forest as such. But we do have. There is a mountain called as Pachamalai. Pachamalai, there is more of jackfruit trees, right? Pacha means green, right? So it means it maintains that evergreen nature. So jackfruit belongs to evergreen tree. But when I talk about Mahua and teak, which is exactly given in NCERT, they belong to what? Deciduous tree as such. Okay. So I've just given here. So jackfruit belongs to this tropical evergreen tree. See, what is evergreen? Throughout the year, the leaves of the plants will be there, right? Say, for example, there is no season of a year you'll be finding that all the leaves would have been shed. Okay, right. Right, my dear friends. Now, 54 is a very logical question and an interesting question, right? See, for example, consider the following statement. Consider the following statement. India has more arable area than China. What is arable? The area under the net cultivation, cultivable area, the area where exactly you can practice agriculture. You call them as what? Right? Arable land. And of course, that's a fact, very interesting fact. Size-wise, I understand, my dear friends, China is a larger country than India. But when it comes to the plains, arable land as such, India has more arable land than China, right? Nearly 160 million hectares of land we have, whereas China, say for example, we have only somewhere around 128, but this is a fact. Most of the, say for example, popular books for agriculture, you'll be finding that this fact is given. Okay. Now see, one is a fact. If I know this fact, And I also know the fact that agricultural production in China is comparatively more than India. Okay. Somewhere you reserve this knowledge and see the statement, my dear friends, right? The proportion of irrigated area is more in India as compared to China. My dear friends, somewhere I said agricultural production is more, land is little in China. Am I right? If that is the case, only if the productivity is more, right? Only if the proportion of irrigated area is more, right? China can somewhere achieve the feat. If that is the case, my difference nearly more than 50%, I should say more than 50% of Chinese land are irrigated. Whereas when I talk about India, only about somewhere nearly 35% of the land is what irrigated. See, it's a logic. Knowing the fact is not needed. If a country which has lesser arable land, if it is going for more production, obviously I understand that, say, for example, it should be more irrigated. Am I right? So the statement 2 is wrong. And see, the average productivity per hectare in Indian agriculture is higher than that in China. Again, this is wrong because I know, right? 2 and 3, my difference. If 2 is wrong, 3 is automatically wrong. If productivity is more in India, obviously production should be more in India. That is not the fact. Correct? So this is, I would say, little knowledge and more of common sense. You can answer this question very directly. Okay. Even say, for example, almost FAO also discusses about it, right? This source I have just taken from, right, Food and Agricultural Organization, right? Even agriculture, say, for example, almost economic survey also, it gives you a hint about these facts as such. Okay. So here, the answer is only one statement is correct. That is, statement 1 alone is correct. Okay. Right. And see, this again is a doubtful question, my dear friends. Doubtful. I have marked it as a doubtful. But most of the options, what I have just seen here, most of the answer keys or what has come, they have given us runoff catch. First and foremost, let us try to understand the question. For me, the question itself is vague. They say, which of the following is the best example of repeated falls in the sea level, giving rise to present day extensive marshland? All the 4 options are marshlands. But they have used this word called as extensive marshland, right? Extensive marshland, somewhere I have to take a, say, for example, question. Maybe most of the answer keys, what exactly it is prepared, right? They have used this word called as extensive marshland. That's the reason they would have went for what? Runoff catch. But for me, according to me, I am just somewhere believing that runoff catch may not be the answer. See, I'm not, say, for example, clearly saying, because there are somewhere, say, for example, we'll have a question where things are not so clear unless and until UPSC comes with the option. Unless they publish what exactly is the answer key, we cannot exactly talk about the same. Why I am saying that runoff catch may not be the answer. For example, I'll read it. What exactly is the meaning of this repeated fall in the sea level? Somewhere I understand. The question says, see, I cannot take it as rise and fall. Rise and fall means tide. Here the statement is saying that only repeated falls in sea level. It means somewhere the sea level is decreasing. But see, now we are talking about increase in sea level. Today's scenario, when I talk about decrease in sea level, how it is possible, if you ask me, epirogenesis. Land should go for an upliftment. Right? Only if the land is going for an upliftment, the, say, for example, sea level can go for subsidence. But I know the fact that west coast of India is a coastline of submergence. Am I right? It's a coastline of submergence. Am I right? But here, in order to justify the statement, I should go for somewhere selecting what the land which is going for what? Upliftment. Right? Or you say, right, I'm just talking about emergence. If that is the case, only East Coast I can take it for that cases. Am I right? Here again, see, for example, Marakanam salt pan can be one of the reasons. For example, earlier it was occupied by the seawater. Now, since the sea level has decreased, am I right? Somewhere I understand this region is left with more of salt. Am I right? Water has evaporated, water has gone, sea intrusion is not there, only salt is left behind. So I am just going for the Marakanam salt pan just based on the logic. Okay. But still, I'm just claiming this question is doubtful. But my first option will be Marakanam salt pan. Second option will be Vitarkanika mangrove forest. Am I right? Runoff catch, I may not go for it. What is the logic? I have just given it. But still, I'm telling you, this question is doubtful. Right? Net sources do not have a concrete, say, for example, fact suggesting what exactly the statement is all about. Okay, this is doubtful, right? This is a direct question, right? Ilmenite and rutile abundantly available in certain coastal tracts of India. Further, see, all these are there in NCERT. Am I right? Aluminium, it is there in NCERT. Okay. Right? Aluminium is there in NCERT, copper is there in NCERT, iron is there in NCERT. All three things definitely you would have not seen this. Okay. Otherwise, this is a direct question. Titanium, these are the primary two ores, right? So, when I talk about ilmenite and rutile are the two chief minerals of titanium. Directly the, say for example, answer is over. Okay. This is directly factual question as such. Okay. Right, my dear friends. And see, I believe, my dear friends, see, this year on year, the difficulty of the question paper is increasing. Certainly, I would rate that, say, for example, this year question is tougher than last year's question. Okay. Every year you find that cutoff is coming down. Say, for example, 2021 cutoff, if you say that 2021 cutoff is somewhere around 87 for general, I should also consider that all 200 questions are not evaluated then. Only 99 questions was evaluated. That should also I should consider. So I believe that every year, say for example, this cutoff will come down. And this year I again believe that, say for example, 4 to 5 marks, maybe only after 2 or 3 days passes, we'll be knowing exactly what exactly can be the band of the cutoff. But I believe one thing here, this question paper is somewhere, knowledge is very important. More than knowledge, it was revolving around the common sense. Okay. So question number 57 of the D series, my dear friends, right? Somewhere we are coming to the fag end. Okay, only few questions are there. About 3/4 of the world's cobalt metal required for the manufacturing of batteries of electric motor vehicles is produced by, and one more thing, this is current affairs. Okay, the Democratic Republic of Congo. And what is interesting, the word "the" was printed exactly like this in your question paper, right? Even say, for example, UPSC makes that syntactical mistakes. Okay, it should have been the uppercase T or the capital T. Okay, whatever it is the case. The source, this is a very direct factual questions. No need to say, for example, think about it, right? Nearly 70% here. Popular sources say 70%, but 3/4 means what? 75%. Nothing wrong with it. Okay, because they have used this word called as about. Okay, right. Now, question number 58. Again, a direct question. Which of the following is a part of Congo Basin, right? Adjoining, say, for example, this Democratic Republic of Congo, I should look for it. Where all, right? I should look for it. So it means I'll be going only for the more of the coastal regions as such. See, otherwise also indirectly also I can go for this answer, because when I talk about Sudan, South Sudan and Uganda is more part of what? Savannah. Savannah. Okay. Whereas Congo Basin is equatorial rainforest. Rainforest. Okay. Nigeria is located far away from this region. Nigeria is more like the extension of Sahel region, right? And Sahel region can also be extended as what? Savannah. Extension of Savannah I can take it. Okay. So Cameroon, because adjoining, say for example, Democratic Republic of Congo, where you have this Congo Basin adjoining, I can go for this logic. Okay. And see, this is again a very good question, I would say. If I know the overall locations of some of the very important, say for example, mountains, I can go for it. For example, see, actual information and all, it is not needed. I'll tell you. Amarkantak hills are at the confluence of Vindhyas and Sahyadri. What is Sahyadri? Sahyadri is nothing but what? Western Ghats. Other name for Western Ghats is Sahyadri. Okay. My dear friends, see, Vindhyans and Sahyadris, they confluence with the western, right? Western part of Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh region. Okay. But where exactly Amarkantak hills is located? It is located on the eastern side of what? Madhya Pradesh. Okay, I'll show you the map also. Diagonally opposite. They are not close and all. They're diagonally opposite. Say, for example, when I talk about Western Ghats, okay, this is where I have this Western Ghats. Okay, Western Ghats, and they said Satpura range, am I right? If I'm not wrong, right? They're talking about, right? Sorry, Vindhyan range as such, right? We talk about Vindhyans, my dear friends. Where exactly Vindhyans is located here? Just north of it, Vindhyans, right? And when I talk about the confluence, see, the confluence is almost there in the western side of sea. For example, you can say Gujarat or Western Madhya Pradesh, Western Maharashtra. But when I talk about, say, for example, Amarkantak Hill is located here. Amarkantak Hill is located here. See the difference. Diagonally opposite. Okay? Right. So statement 1 is wrong. Okay. And again, say, when I talk about, say, for example, this Biligiri Rangan. Biligiri Rangan Hill constitute the easternmost part of Satpura range. See, make it very simple. Satpura range is there in MP, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. I know it. Where is this Biligiri Rangan Hills, if you ask me? It is in the confluence of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. See, where is Madhya Pradesh and where in Tamil Nadu? No relation. Am I right? Again, if that is the case, this is wrong. And this fact is very, very easy fact. Sheshachalam Hills constitute the southernmost part of Western Ghats. Obviously wrong. Because the southernmost part is Cardamom Hills. Again, Sheshachalam Hills is there in what? Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka side. Okay. Right. So basic maps. In detail, exact detail and all, it is not needed. If I know the basic physiographic divisions of India, of course, we have done it in the class itself. If I know the basic areas, definitely speaking, I can solve it. None of them is correct. Right? Right, my dear friends. Now, and I can see this question. Okay. This question is actually not easy. I'll tell you why. If I simply apply my logic, I may not be right. Very factual, I would say. For example, I'll tell you what. The east-west corridor under Golden Quadrilateral Project. Golden Quadrilateral Project, say for example, the 4 metros, erstwhile metros, they connect. And it also has this north, south and east-west corridor assigned with it. Okay. And this Golden Quadrilateral Project that connects Dibrugarh and Surat. They say east-west corridor. So normally what we'll find Dibrugarh, okay, for example, that, right, almost say for example, Arunachal and Assam border, I'm there. Surat, I'm there in Gujarat. Easternmost and westernmost. That's what we'll consider. But the actual fact is it is Porbandar and Silchar, my dear friends. It is not Dibrugarh, it is Silchar in Assam and Porbandar in Gujarat. Am I right? So factually this is wrong, right? Just by applying the knowledge, I cannot make this question right. Okay, the statement is wrong. Again, see, again, this statement, I regard that this question is difficult question. Okay, and one more thing, see, every question paper you take it, 20 to 30 difficult questions will be there. But the 20 to 30 difficult question is not going to make your success, or it is not going to determine your result. Am I right? There are other easy questions, there are medium questions, my dear friends. And let me tell you, this examination is a relative examination. If you are making a mistake, everybody will make a mistake. Don't worry about it. Okay. Trilateral highway connects, right, Moraine, Manipur, and say for example, Chiang Mai in Thailand via Myanmar. Everything is correct. Only thing is that, say for example, it is not Chiang Mai, my dear friends. There is a place called as what? Say for example, Mosot, right, or Mosot. Mosot is the place where exactly, right, it connects in Thailand. Okay. So everything is correct. It is not, say for example, Chiang Mai in Thailand. It is actually Moso in what? Say for example, Thailand. This statement is wrong. Similarly, when I talk about the last statement, Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar economic corridor connects Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh to Kunming in China. Kunming in China is correct, but it is not Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh. It is Kolkata. Kolkata, right? So if that is the case, see, for example, I regard this particular question as wrong. Because some of the times what happens, I always believe that preliminary examination is more like examination of recognition. This particular question, that recognition is failing. Okay, right? Okay, whatever it is the case, I have just given you the fact, right? What are the changes they have given, right? What they have given us, say for example, almost instead of Mosot, right? They are given, say for example, Chiang Mai. Okay. Similarly, when I talk about, say for example, Silchar and Porbandar, they have changed it as Dibrugarh and say for example, they have given Surat. Okay. And similarly, my dear friends, instead of Kolkata, they have given this Varanasi. These are the changes what they have made. All the statements given was wrong. Okay. So that is what the questions what was asked in geography. I think somewhere totally 18 questions have been asked in geography. Some of them are direct, very simple. Some of them are medium difficulty, and most of them, I would say, it is difficult. Okay, so certainly speaking, the cutoff will come down, my dear friends. Don't worry, even somewhere if you're there in the so-called cat on the wall, right? Don't worry, you keep preparing for mains examination. See, my dear friends, whoever is watching the video, even somewhere if you believe that, okay, I'm not making this year, if you're very sure, then also you don't start preparing for prelims. Am I right? You start preparing for mains examination. You prepare as though you're going to write the mains examination this year, but with the matter of 1 day gap. With the actual persons who are writing the mains examination, whatever the date, September 15th they are writing, you write the same question paper on September 19th, sorry, September 16th, the very next day. You prepare as though you're, say, for example, qualifying this examination. Because otherwise, you will not have a chance to prepare for mains examination with that great intensity. Okay. Right. However, I wish you all the best. Good luck, my dear friends. God bless you. Thank you. Right. So another faculty will, say, for example, he'll take charge. Right. So wishing you all the best and success.
Good evening, guys. I hope I'm audible and visible to you all. Good evening, everyone. Can you please let me know in the chat section if I am audible and visible? If I am, then let's begin with our session. We will be discussing questions from today's paper with respect to international relations and internal security and various other aspects of the exam that have been left out. Now, if you would notice today's paper, just a second, guys. Let me just cross check if I'm audible to you all or not. Now, if you could just let me know in the chat section, that would be wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Rome India, I in fact agree to your previous statement. The fact that the way Sir has covered geography with you guys and in the manner it has been covered. See, as far as today's entire paper is concerned, we will get to that in a bit. But I want to talk about the fact that on Unacademy there is a really important information that Sriram's IS has been delivering so important, such important topics. We have been giving out so many important and relevant courses, including the Mission 1 Year with Sriram's IS, which is happening on Unacademy platform for the year 2024. Make sure to use the referral code of 2024, and that is SRIRAMS, Srirams. Now, if you use this referral code, you can get an instant discount of 20%. Now, having said that, if you notice, today's paper has been not an anomaly, but rather a complete process that UPSC had taken up way back in 2017. From 2017 till 2023, UPSC had followed one particular and one basic premise, and that has been to break all kinds of shackles. You remember 2022, if you remember 2020, you remember 2021. If you have solved previous year question papers, then you would know certainly that the previous year papers have been a basic beam of light to show the aspirants that UPSC means business, and that business certainly is to make sure. Just give me a second, guys. Just a second. I think there is some patchy video that is getting to you all. I have to remove some files, some temporary files. I think that would work. Just a second. Just give me a second. Yep, I think this would help further. Generally, all the problems in the computer system do tend to get solved when you switch on and off the computer, but right now that is not the case. It's just that I've I've had a couple of uh, live sessions from some other system, and I was trying to get live on a new system. Let's hope that it does not give me more issues, and let's hope that your video is not grainy and not patchy. Now, having said that, see, the paper has certainly upped the game. It has certainly now been asking for a couple of years from the aspirants. It has been asking to make sure the aspirants do not prepare for prelims alone before coming to the prelims examination hall. UPSC wants you to prepare for mains, UPSC wants you to prepare for interviews and then come into the prelims examination hall. It does not really want us to have any kind of the syllabus, any kind of say analysis or understanding or wisdom left out for something that you would do after the prelims examination. No, now you will have to cover every single topic in the manner that UPSC has created the entire gimmick around say all the topics. For example, even Atish sir was saying this on one of the videos. I was watching his videos. He was saying that Lakshmikant has become obsolete. And there is a friend of mine, Mukund sir. He was sharing this meme that UPSC has basically eliminated the entire elimination method. Now, if you go through the entire list of questions, if you have appeared in today's examination, and even if you have not appeared in today's examination, and you are going through the paper analysis videos, then I'm telling you this: you will have to make sure that you cover topics in a certain manner. We have been very vocal about it. Every mentor, every guide has been trying to tell you the same things. Now let's take our journey further and discuss important questions. Now, if you notice the questions that have come up, for example, question number 5, this is set D. For example, if you have not yet if you have not yet opened up set D, make sure that you use set D to find out the answers. It takes a while for all the aspirants. I know this, everybody goes through this entire process, and I'm suggesting that you should write down the answers to set D and then separately find your own questions and meet your requirements. Now further, so this fifth question was with respect to India's health sector. Now, public health sector or public healthcare system largely focuses. The first statement says that India's public sector healthcare system largely focuses on curative care with limited preventive, promotive, and rehabilitative care. Now, the fact of the matter is that here the focus in fact is on preventive, promotive and rehabilitative care. Now for that reason, what we will have to understand is that there was a report that had come out in some medical journal and it was present in the newspapers. In the newspapers, India's healthcare sector was being discussed, and based on that report, the statement has come up. But otherwise, the statement as such is not wrong. Now, this is where the statement creates confusion. If you have followed the newspapers, this statement, if it you were to be taking from the official websites of National Health Mission, for example, or of PHC and the Health Ministry, for example, you would find that the statement is quite opposite. We are in fact focusing on all these aspects of healthcare system and particularly focused on the PHC system in India. The primary healthcare system in India is particularly focused on the rural healthcare, and that rural healthcare system is of course decentralized. Now this tells you, based on PHCs, it tells you that the second statement which talks about India's decentralized approach towards healthcare delivery, the states are primarily responsible for organizing health services. That is not wrong. To that point, to that extent, it is not wrong. The second statement is correct. Given that this time on UPSC has eliminated the elimination method, you will have to know every single statement, only then you will be able to answer to the question. Further, if I were to talk about statement 1 again, India's public health sector healthcare system largely focuses on curative care with limited preventive, promotive and rehabilitative care. There was just a report in some journal which talked about it, and it was a recent report. Given that, you will have to understand that the statements are interrelated. The second statement is correct, but the first statement, in fact, is correct to the tune that it is correct from the newspapers based on the current analysis. It is correct, but second aspect is true. Now, given that the second explanation is correct, and if you go through the official websites as well, the official websites do talk about care in this manner only, where they actually talk about preventive healthcare system, promotive healthcare system, and rehabilitative healthcare system. If you talk about all the talk questions on social issues, there is a basic premise, there is a basic underlying trend that UPSC followed this year, and that was based on going into the details in such manner that you do not skip on the beneficiaries, you do not skip on any kind of information which is relevant. If you remember, and if you have gone through the previous year papers, you would realize that even, for example, the Atal Pension Yojana, the question that had come up only a couple of years back, 5 to 6 odd years back, and similarly the kind of questions that have come on various schemes with respect to social sector, you will find that there has been a commonality in the trend. And this question, and also a couple of other questions that we will be covering, is certainly going to be focusing on that. Now, the answer to this statement and to this question comes out to be A. But I would still say that it is in that doubtful stage where there can be either A or D, because for one reason, that if UPSC is to consider the basic premise of healthcare sector, then the answer should be D, because the first statement would be wrong in that sense. But if you go into the current analysis, the current aspects would give you the answer A, because then it would give you the reason of A in the form of the second statement. The first statement has the reason in the second statement, and yes, the first statement would be correct in that sense. But if you go to the core, and if you go into the details of the entire healthcare system, the basic premise, it is certainly the first statement goes wrong, where it says that it is limited focus, or where it says that it largely focuses on curative care and does not really focus much on limited focus on preventive care. Now, to that extent, the first statement is correct from current perspective, but gets wrong from the perspective of the official website. Now, because it was seen in news, and also there is a reference to a committee report called the Bhore Committee Report from 1946. Now, this is something that I have brought for you guys, not from the prelims perspective, but this is basically a food for thought. After this session, make sure that you go through this report and the recommendations of the report, and based on the recommendations, actually the entire healthcare sector, the entire policy of healthcare in India has been designed. So make sure that you go through this Bhore Committee report. Now, moving on to the next question. So, from my perspective, the answer should be A, but you might also find in certain cases the answer to be D, because this is a doubtful situation, given that the word limited has been used only for that reason. Further, moving on to the eighth question, which talks about a very simple fact. If you have been following the news, if you have been following newspapers, if you have been following through the entire international relations, and if you have been following through good level of say wisdom, if you have developed with respect to African nations, then certainly this question was not too difficult for you guys, because this is a plain and simple question. This type of question, it might have gone up a notch. It might have been the case that the difficulty level has risen, but the case is not so, where the trend has been broken. UPSC did not break away from the trend, where it did not stop asking questions directly based on certain simplistic facts. Which one of the following countries has been suffering from decades of civil strife? Now, if you would notice, many countries have actually faced in the past in Africa and some Southern American countries and even certain South European countries and even say West Asian countries, they have faced certain civil strife in the past. But here UPSC played a game. It created two conditions, and now you have been asked to basically cover things based on these two conditions. Civil strife along with food shortages leading to famine like situations. Now, this country is not Angola, it's not Costa Rica, it is not Ecuador, it is Somalia. This is a factual question. You don't have to go into the details. It is basically based on you reading the newspapers thoroughly. Now, if you go through the previous year question papers and this year's question paper, you would realize the way you should be reading newspapers. I'll talk about some more stuff so you will get an idea as to the sources of questions. If you get into the sources of questions, then certainly you can also predict the type of questions that can come. And this is something that all the mentors and all the educators do, and you will benefit from that as well. You should be able to analyze the same thing. Now, given all these situations, there is certainty that you might see a drop in the cutoff very soon. You might see that, but everybody and anybody who has gotten around 90 marks, around say 50% marks or 45% marks, they should be able to prepare for mains. And even if you don't get that much of marks, let me tell you something that even Kalyan sir was talking about. Do not do not do not prepare for prelims of next year. First, prepare for mains of this year. If the paper is on 6th, you sit down on 7th with that same question paper. In 3 hours, start writing answers. Now, question number 24. If you remember Har Ghar Tiranga initiative that was launched last year based on the 75 years of independence initiative that the government was promoting, and it was a talk of the town. There were debates on news channels, and also there were news when in the print media. The Hindu was talking about it exhaustively. There was in an explained page, I still remember, I was going through the Indian Express, there was a, a news report and an entire explanation with respect to this question, and you can say fair enough that this question is based on facts. It is a factual question, but when a factual question comes from logic, you cannot merely call it a factual question. Now, this question's first statement says that the standard sizes include 600 mm by 400 mm. Now, you would think that, and if you know the flag code, you would know that it is 3:2 length is to height ratio, right? Now, the width of the flag is 3 units. The height of the flag is 2 units. Now, the first statement says 600 by 400. It is in fact in 3:2 ratio. Now, if you do not go into the details, if you do not have the knack of details, then you would say that the first statement might be correct, but you would be wrong. Because if you go through the official flag code, you would realize they have mentioned the relevant standard sizes. Now, if the first statement goes wrong, there is only one option that is left, and that is D option. And for that reason, the answer to this question should have been D. The standard sizes that are there in the flag code, let me give you that information as well. See, the standard dimensions of the flag, the Indian tricolor, is 6300 by 4200, 3600 by 2400, 2700 by 1800, 1800 by 1200, 1350 by 900, 900 by 600, 450. There is no 600 by 400. All you had to do was you had to go into these details. It's a very simplistic question. If you knew about these sizes, if you might have read about these sizes, the basic size that anybody would create, this is common sense. I'm telling you this. It is based on human psychology, this question. Because the first size that anyone having the knowledge of maths would create out of 3:2 ratio would be 600 by 400. Trust me. It is 60 centimeters by 40 centimeters, but they would be wrong because the standard sizes do not include that. But there is some more sizes. For example, the 450 by 300 is the size that any VVIP would be using in the flights. Further, 225 by 150 will be used on cars, and there will be table flags of 15 centimeters by 10 centimeter size. That would be the standard size. Yes, length to width ratio is going to be 3:2. The second statement automatically becomes correct because the first statement is wrong. The reasoning, of course, would have been correct because 3:2 should have been the reason, because if the standard size would have been correct, the answer would have been D. Now, in such statement based questions, you would find that the answer is, I'm giving you a trick to these questions. There is a small trick, a very simple one. If the answer is not A based on the statement 1 being wrong, then certainly, even if the statement 2 seems to be, and you are eliminating, then statement 2, even though it is a reason for the first statement, the answer becomes D. The second statement automatically becomes right because there is only one situation, and that is the situation of D option where the first statement is incorrect. If you get the first statement incorrect, you should be quite happy. Then it is a very quick game. Further, moving on to the next question, and the next question in set D, question number 27. Now, recently, European Union and USA had launched their Trade and Technology Council. Now, this question is a bit tricky one for multiple reasons. I'll tell you why. Now, all you had to do for this question was not just read newspapers, but if you had gone through our news report analysis, you would have realized this, that the first statement is actually correct. Now if the first statement is correct, let's, even though elimination method has been eliminated, but we are really, we are stubborn people, we are UPSC aspirants, so we eliminate option D. At least we can do that here. Let's do that here. The first statement is correct. It is between European Union and United States of America. Now, USA and EU claim that with this Trade and Technology Council, they are trying to bring technological progress and physical productivity under their control. That portion, that the fact that they are wanting to bring it under their control becomes wrong. They are wanting to promote technology sharing, and they're wanting to promote supply chain disruptions to be removed and everything. They are not wanting it to be under their control. It is a very I would call it a very say conspiracy theory based statement. Even though it would take things and matters into their control, but that certainly is not the case. The second statement is wrong. Since the second statement is wrong, the answer to this question becomes C. Now, further talking about the next question, question number 28. Yet another tricky question. You would think that India accounts for 3.2% of global exports, but recently in 2022, there was a report in the newspapers where we were talking about the fact that we are one of the largest economies of the world, but still we have not yet achieved higher exports. Our share in global exports is only around 1.6%. It is not even 2%, let alone 3.2%. And for that reason, as simple as that, we don't have to even look about various statement portions of the second statement. I will go through the second statement, but still we know for a fact that first statement goes wrong. The answer becomes D. Let's look at second statement. You might get confused because of the second statement, given that it talks about foreign companies. Many local companies and some foreign companies operating in India have taken advantage of India's PLI scheme, Production Linked Incentive Scheme. Now, this statement is actually correct. Even though it mentions foreign companies, the country's government, Indian government, has been wanting to get more and more foreign companies to have their manufacturing bases shifted to India so that they can take benefit of the scheme. Manufacturing companies and foreign companies, particularly, not just domestic companies, they are in fact going to be benefiting from it. If you want the source of this information, you can actually go through this open source government information bureau, and you can go through PIB and you can find the list of beneficiary entities for production linked incentive scheme. Foreign companies are a part of that list. We are wanting them to come into India and then set up production bases in India. So the first statement goes wrong because it is half of what has been mentioned, and actually the second statement becomes correct. It is also correct by virtue of elimination. So not entirely the elimination method has been eliminated, but yes. Moving further to the next question and 29th question. The 29th question talks about the Stability and Growth Pact. It is a European Union treaty that, number one, eliminates, or rather, sorry, limits the levels of budgetary support, budgetary deficit of countries of the European Union. Further, second, makes the countries of the European Union to share their infrastructure facilities, enables the countries of the European Union to share their technologies. Now, Stability and Growth Pact is actually associated with one thing particularly, and you can find the basic answer to all these problems that you're facing with respect to this question on the official website. I have always been vocal about it. I keep telling my students that go through the official websites. It is to be the official websites that you will find such details. There is no level of sharing of infrastructure facilities. Now, the new style, Anjali ji, the new style that UPSC has picked up, that everybody is talking about, how many of the above statements are correct? You cannot rule out one and give the answer. You will have to rule out more. You will have to make sure that you know all the statements. Only then you will be able to eliminate. Otherwise, you will not be able to eliminate the options. Now, the elimination of the options is not about the elimination of options based on the content or the context of the question. It is just based on if it is only one, only two, only three, and all three, or none, whatever the options are. That is the game that UPSC had played this year, and it is a very tricky and a very interesting game. It's a game, guys. It is a game. Quite good one, but it is still a game. All those students who would be appearing next year, they should not be afraid of this game. They should take it up as a challenge and understand topics in a very good manner. Now, Stability and Growth Pact is basically associated with budgetary deficits, where European Union is wanting the member countries to have a fiscal discipline, based on that ensuring a growth trajectory. It has nothing to do with infrastructure sharing facilities, or talking about sharing of technologies. There is no TT, for example, or DTTI that happens between India and the US, direct technology transfer initiative. That is not the case in European Union with respect to Stability and Growth Pact. How to stabilize economies and have a growth trajectory for them. So it is suggestive, and of course it is based on certain rules and regulations that some countries, member nations, shall have to follow with respect to their budgetary deficits. Now, if this first statement is correct and all others are incorrect, you can fairly say that the answer to this question was one only. Now, moving on to the next question. Guys, you can mention your answers just like Anjali. You can also mention your answers in the comment section. And of course, there is one more information. You shall find the answer key pinned in the chat section. Do not forget to check on all the courses that Sriram is bringing to you guys on Unacademy. Also, make sure to open up the official answer key that we have been providing for you guys. The link for the same has been given in your chat section. Now, moving further. Recently, all the countries of United Nations have adopted the first ever compact for international migration. The first thing that you should notice is the fact that all countries of United Nations have adopted. Second thing, first ever compact, the GCM, the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration. Now, in this question, the first statement might seem that it is correct because this phenomena of migration is a menace and almost every country would want a rules based system. For example, India keeps on talking about rules based regime in the World Trade Organization. The same thing goes for United Nations as well. Now, if that is the case, this first statement should have been correct, right, Anjali ji? Now, it is not. Because recently there have been reports from countries like Austria, for example, to have been opting out, to have been saying that we, for security reasons, are not going to be signing this document. And this was, I think, from not from recent times, but it has taken a while. This GCM has been in news for a while and it came into question for multiple reasons. But Austria opted out, and for that reasons, not all UN nations have adopted it, they have not signed it. For that reason, the first statement goes wrong. Now, you cannot eliminate option 1 and just come to the answer. That cannot happen. You cannot have the percentage probabilities that everybody had been talking about. 50% probability, 66% probability, 33% probability you should attempt this question, and not 33%. That is not the case. Now you know the answer 100%, or you don't know the answer 100%. That is the case. So UPSC has eliminated the game of probability and started off this new game of having knowledge about topics. Now, the second statement says the objectives and commitments with respect to GCM stated in GCM are binding on UN member countries. Now, the statement goes wrong to the fact, hello Khushbuji, welcome to the session. Statement goes wrong to the fact that it is non-binding. अगर ये basic information आपको पता होती, if you had known this basic information, then you would have known that this is basically incorrect. The second statement goes wrong. The third statement, now even having known two statements getting wrong, the third statement you cannot give the answer even still. It can be one only, it can be none. The GCM addresses internal migration or internally displaced people also in its objectives and commitments. It covers all dimensions of international migration. International migration. ये एक्सटर्नल माइग्रेशन को तो कवर करती है, it does not cover the internally displaced people, which creates a problem. That means this third statement is also correct. The answer should have been D, none. Moving on to the next question. Now, the next question is the 31st question from set D. Consider the following statements with respect to Janani Suraksha Yojana. Now, this question again based on the same style as Atal Pension Yojana that had come up a couple of years ago. Twice it had come up consecutive years. Mein. but there is a difference in the approach of the question, in the manner that how many statements are correct. Now, it is a safe motherhood intervention of the state health departments. Now, the problem here is that many students would have not focused on the statement 1 or on the question 2 or on the topic 3. If that would have been the case, they would not have known the fact that it is not the state health departments, it is 100% centrally sponsored scheme, and it is through the center that the scheme is managed. So the first statement goes wrong. The second statement says it is aimed at reducing maternal and neonatal mortality among poor pregnant women. If it had been only, then it would have been a wrong statement. I hope you guys know this. If it had mentioned only, then it would have been wrong. But it does not mention only, and the fact that it focuses on socio-economically weaker sections of the society, particularly in rural areas and the rural poor, and further rural poor pregnant women, for example. For that reason, the second statement is correct. The third statement says it aims to promote institutional deliveries among poor pregnant women. Aims and objectives. If one of the aims and objectives are picked up, just because it is one of the aims and objectives does not make that statement wrong in its entirety. It is a part of the aims and objectives. Certainly, it is going to be correct. The third statement is correct. The fourth statement, its objective includes providing public health facilities to sick infants up to 1 year of age. Now, the scheme and the white paper on the scheme and also the government information portals through PIB, they mention this as a matter of fact that all those individuals who need postnatal care and all those individuals who have to have care for the newborns up till the age of 1 year, that has not been mentioned. If you notice the statement, you will not find the statement directly mentioned in the scheme. What would you find? You would find that the the scheme wants to reduce infant mortality rate. How do you reduce that? The infant mortality rate, how do you reduce that? It can be reduced by providing public health facilities to sick infants up to 1 year of age. So it is in fact a part of the objectives. So you have 3 correct statements and 1 incorrect statement. Now the fact that UPSC asked 4 statements on one single scheme, and that scheme is such a common scheme, every individual has heard of the scheme, but it's just that they have not gone into the details of that scheme in the manner that they should have, and that is the sole reason why people have faced problem with respect to this question. Otherwise, it was a very good and a not so difficult. The difficulty level, if I were to give it from 1 2 3 on a scale of 1 2 and 3, I would give it a difficulty level of 2. It is not a difficulty level of 3. Further, moving on to the next question. Question number 32. Consider the following statements with respect to Anemia Mukt Bharat strategy, AMB strategy, that has been in news for a while. And this strategy, in fact, this question as well, Khushbu, Anjali, everyone, if you would notice, the statement itself is similar to the one that we have already discussed. You would notice that it is the same. Now, Anemia Mukt Bharat provides prophylactic calcium supplementation for preschool children, adolescents, and pregnant women. Now, the thing that you will have to focus on is calcium. Anemia is not caused because of the deficiency of calcium in the body. It is based on iron and folic acid. It is based on iron and folic acid. And if you have had any connection with people going in schools, and if you were a girl, if you are a girl and you have gone to schools in the recent past and you remember that there were iron and folic acid tablets that were given to preschool children, adolescents, pregnant women during that phase as well. You would not know that, but if you have read the scheme in the right manner, you would have. It is not calcium. The first statement is wrong because of that reason. Anemia has nothing to do with calcium, it has everything to do with deficiency of iron. For that reason, the first statement goes wrong. Now, in a normal course of action, you would have at least ruled out one or two options, but now that is not the case. Now, it for moving on to the next statement, you will have to know the answer to all the statements. It runs a campaign for delayed cord clamping at the time of childbirth. Around 3 to 6 minutes delay is being promoted under Anemia Mukt Bharat strategy, where the umbilical cord of the child is not clamped. Clamping is basically they clamp the cord, the blood flow stops, and then they sever the ties, the physical ties that a child has with their mother. Now, this process is being delayed by 3 to 6 minutes, which is going to help in building the immunity and also building on the deficiencies, rather removing deficiencies. And Anemia Mukt Bharat is actually adopting this strategy. If you had read the scheme thoroughly, you would have known this. Further, it provides for periodic deworming to children and adolescents. This statement is also correct. Deworming happens. This happens because we do not just want Anemia Mukt Bharat, we also want a healthy Bharat. And Anemia Mukt Bharat strategy is becoming an umbrella program for having taken care of all kinds of programs and processes, particularly in the NCD component for various beneficiaries. I will talk about the beneficiaries now. The fourth statement says it addresses the non-nutritional causes of anemia as well. How good a strategy would be if that strategy does not cover all aspects of anemia? That is why this fourth statement is definitely true. If you would have known second and third, then certainly you could have marked the fourth one to be correct. If you would have known the basic idea, if you had the basic idea that anemia is not caused by the deficiency of calcium, it is because of iron and folic acid, then certainly you could have known the first statement to be wrong. Based on that, it would have been one only, two only, or three only option for you guys. If you had known that yes, the fourth statement is correct based on logic itself, not on information, then you would have known, then of course at least only one is correct. Then further, deworming, there might have been a difficulty. This question is not too difficult. I would not give it a difficulty level of more than 1 out of the scale of 1, 2 and 3. Further, the answer to this question is only 3. Only 3. C option. Moving further to the next question. And the next question is with reference to home guards. I don't know if you have, ever noticed there are certain individuals who have been following, who have been inducted into home guards. Now, home guards are raised. The first statement says that home guards are raised under Home Guards Act and rules of central government. This statement goes wrong here itself. It is not the central government, it is the state government. Further, the role of Home Guard is to serve as an auxiliary force. It provides as an extra support to the police in maintenance of internal security. That is true. The second statement going correct. The third statement, to prevent infiltration on the basis of international border coastal areas, border wing home guards, battalions have been raised in some states. This statement is also correct. So the answer to this question was B, because first statement was wrong based on the fact that it is not central government but the state governments that create these rules. Every state has separate laws for that. The answer would be only 2. Moving on to the next question. The next question is match the following, and it is not a very simple match the following. You should have known about all these, all these regions. Only then you would have known the answer to this question. North Kivu and Ituri is not has nothing to do with war between Armenia and Azerbaijan. It actually is related with the second point. Since the first and second are wrong, you can fairly say that this is wrong and this is wrong as well. Nagorno and Karabakh region is not actually from Mozambique, it is Armenian Azerbaijan. Dispute between Israel and Lebanon? No. Kherson and Zaporizhia is actually areas that came under Russian annexation, and it is Russia and Ukraine. This North Kivu and Ituri regions, they have been in news and they have been in news ever since after the Second Congo War. After the Second Congo War, they came into conflict, and this is a region of Eastern DRC. So the first is wrong, the second is wrong, the third is wrong. That gives you that the answer to this question is D. Further, moving on to the next question. Consider the following statements. First, Israel has diplomatic relations established with some Arab states. That is in fact true. With states like Bahrain, with states like UAE, Israel is developing certain diplomatic relations, and it has been in news since 2020. Now, the Arab Peace Initiative, the second statement, the first statement is correct. The second statement, Arab Peace Initiative mediated by Saudi Arabia, till here it is correct, was signed by Israel and Arab League. This is where it goes wrong. Israel has only in the regime of Benjamin Netanyahu accepted to a certain extent or had supported for a while Arab Peace Initiative. It has never signed it, and even Benjamin Netanyahu went against it. They did not like it. So the second statement goes wrong. Israel has never signed it. It is just an initiative developed by Saudi Arabia. This is not an agreement, it's not a treaty, it's just being promoted by Saudi Arabia. Now, since the second statement goes wrong, the answer to this question goes to be C. Moving further to the next question. Let's quicken things up. Let's understand the next question. Of course, the question that we have discussed already with respect to Israel is in fact a very simple question. All you had to do was to know what Arab Peace Initiative was. You would have been managed. It would have been possible for you to manage the question. Not too difficult a question. The 45th question. All these sports awards, UPSC has broken all kinds of shackles, all kinds of trends here. Sports related news nahi aati hai. Everybody used to say this. Even I used to say this only around 6 to 7 odd years ago. But then certain questions came up with respect to cricket as well. Including this question is a path breaker. Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna Award. A spectacular outstanding performance by a sports person over a period of last 4 years. Correct. This has been correctly matched. Arjuna Award. This is the highest one, and this is the second highest one. This is not for the lifetime achievement by a sports person. This is basically based on the performance of the sports person over the last 4 years. Same. So the second one goes wrong. So all 4 will not be the answer. First one is correct. Third one, to honor eminent coaches who have successfully trained sports persons and sport teams. Of course, this is the Dronacharya Award. The third statement is correct. So 1 and 2, these 2 statements have been correct so far. The fourth one says that Rashtriya Khel Protsahan Puraskar. Now, Rashtriya Khel Protsahan Puraskar was instituted in the year 2009, and ever since it has been able to recognize a lot of private individuals and public organizations, private organizations who have, and also individuals who have been able to make visible role, have had a visible role in promoting sports in this country. खेल प्रोत्साहन से related है. And that is why this statement, where even after their retirement some sports persons have been contributing their recognition, this statement goes wrong. The answer to this question is only 2. Fourth is wrong. Moving further to the next question, and that is 46th question of set D. Consider the following statements with respect to chess Olympiad. Now, these two questions, the 46th and the 45th question, is actually the basic premise which tells us that UPSC wants you to read every single news in detail and in depth. First statement says this is the first time that it is happening in India. That is actually correct. It is happening in Chennai. It happened in Chennai. Official mascot is Thambi. Yes, it is true. It is a Borli horse that is from India, particularly the south part of India. Thambi is the name given to the horse, and that is the mascot for this particular event. The trophy for winning team in the open section is a category of chess game, is Vera Menchik Cup. Vera Menchik is a very reputed name in women's section, and that is why this statement is wrong. Vera Menchik, player, is a eminent person who is relevant with respect to the women section of chess game. The trophy for winning team in the women section is Hamilton Russell Cup. No, it is actually in the open section. So these two things were flipped. All right. So the third and fourth statements, they were interchanged, and for that reason the third statement and fourth statement went wrong. These two were correct. So B answer is the right answer. B option is the right answer. Moving further to the next question, and that is 47th question of set D. Areas of conflict and matching countries. Very simple question with respect to this. The questions have been coming in the past. Only the style of the question has changed with respect to how many of the above pairs are actually correctly matched. Donbass, Kachin and Tigray. If you talk about Donbass, in fact, neither Donbass is in Syria, nor Kachin is in Ethiopia, nor Tigray is in Yemen. All these are wrong. Let me give you the answer. Donbass is in eastern Ukraine. Was in news during the Russian-Ukraine conflict. Further, Kachin, it is right here in Myanmar. Further, if you talk about Tigray, it is in Ethiopia. As simple as that. Factual geography, fact-based international affairs being talked about, being discussed, international geography being asked, very simple questions. Moving further to the next question, that is the 48th question. In recent years, Chad, Guinea, Mali, Sudan, they caught international attention for some reasons common to all of them. Rich deposits of rare earth minerals? No. Chinese military bases? No. Although Chinese military incursions and Chinese military strategies have been in news, we will be discussing those in the current affair videos of ours, but yahan par that is not the case. Southward expansion of Sahara desert, relating to desert de-desertification initiatives or something like that, not at all true. It is actually the successful coup, the coups which have been successful in all these countries, and that is the reason why they were in news. In fact, there was a report particularly which was picked up from African news reports, and it was mentioned in the Hindu and also in the Indian Express. It is a question which is created based on newspapers. If you have been following newspapers, then certainly you would be able to answer this question. Further, moving on to the next question, and that is question number 50. Consider the following statements with respect to G20. Now, I don't have to tell you how G20 is relevant and why is it relevant. It is happening right now, and it has been in news for a very long time. This was a question which is actually based on the old style. G20 group was originally established for ministers of finance and central bank governors to discuss international economic and financial issues. The first statement says that. Second statement says digital public infrastructure is one of India's G20 priorities. If you have been attending my crash course and if you have been attending my current affairs classes on Unacademy platform, so we were able to discuss this particularly in our classes, and we discussed it very thoroughly in much detail. Digital public infrastructure was being discussed. If you had attended that class, then certainly you would have known this, or if you have covered G20 in the right manner, as I've mentioned earlier, focusing on official websites. If you do focus on official websites, UPSC, if you have heard the talks that we recently our beloved Sriram sir had given only today, you can find that talk on YouTube itself. Based on the analysis of the paper, you would realize that he had mentioned this, and I'm telling you this on YouTube right now. The fact that if you do not cover the official website, see, UPSC is an institution just like any other institution of the world, reputed one. It focuses on simplicity that Sriram sir had talked about, and based on that simplicity, you would notice it has asked you the basic origin story of G20 and the latest one. These two statements, both these statements are correct. The answer to this question is C. The paper analysis that you're getting is right to the pin, correct to the point, the way you should be actually looking at the paper. Now, moving further to the next question, and in fact the last question of the day from my side. You will have another mentor helping you out with the rest of the questions. The government of India provides MSP for Niger seeds. Niger is cultivated as a kharif crop. Some tribals in India use Niger seed oil for cooking. There was an article. If you do not follow the basic resources, there was an article in Down to Earth, and that article, it's what its article's headline was. It was, I think, based on the same thing, but if I were to give you the gist, the answer to this question, in fact all these three statements are correct. We offer MSP for Niger seeds. Now you cannot say, sir, MSP ki list mein of 22-23 crops that we cover, Niger seeds is nowhere to be seen. In fact, it is seen. All that we cover is a generic class of crops. For example, in certain cases, when we cover oil seeds, Niger seeds provide oil for cooking to certain tribal people in this country. And because of that, Down to Earth had focused on their plight. Niger, in fact, is a kharif crop, and that gives you the answer to the statements, and that is all three statements are correct. The fact of the matter is that this was a direct question, word to word direct question from Down to Earth. The article's title was Elusive Oil Seeds, India's Niger seed cultivation is declining, and here is why. That was the article. If you had covered that, then certainly you would have been able to answer this question directly. With that, this my portion of the session is ending. All you want to ask any questions, if any, you can ask them in the chat section. Now moving on to the next component, to the next question, and for that you have another mentor joining us. Let's wait for them and stay tuned. Bye.
Hello, aspirants. Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay, please somebody confirm on the chat that I'm audible and the screen is visible. Okay, so we'll begin with the science and technology section. Hello, aspirants. Am I audible? So we'll begin with the science and technology section. So in science and technology, you will see that the weightage of science and technology has still remained intact. So the questions of science and technology has somewhat overlapped with environment also. So collectively, if you see, science and technology purely would be around 9 to 10 questions, and if you apply your environment knowledge, then it would fall in around 14 to 15 questions. So science and technology, the type of questions that has been asked has been quite on the basic side, and some of the news related ones. So in if you look at the biotechnology questions, then they are asking the terms specifically instead of the concepts. You might be aware of the concept, but you might not be aware of the terms. So let us look at the questions, and we'll see the following answers also. So this is the set which I have taken is set D, and here we are talking about this question number 17. So it might be a different question in your set. So here the question is there for your reference. So this Vol-Bachia method is sometimes talked about with reference to which one of the following. So this is quite a popular question. It has been in news from past 2-3 years. So this Vol-Bachia method is one of the ways in which we are trying to use bacterias, some of the beneficial bacteria inside the mosquitoes. We know that mosquitoes are carriers of disease. Hi all studio. Hi. Is the question visible to all of you? Okay. So we know that mosquitoes are carriers of some vectors. They are vectors, so they carry some disease causing organisms or pathogens. So what is the idea here is that inside the mosquito we will put what, a bacteria, a Wolbachia bacteria. Now this bacteria will compete with other pathogens. It will compete with other pathogens, and the mosquito will not carry other disease causing pathogens. Rather, it will carry Wolbachia more. Wolbachia bacteria is not harmful to humans. So now when these type of mosquitoes, they proliferate, it means that the mosquitoes, specifically we are talking about here Aedes aegypti mosquito. So now these mosquitoes will not be carrying more of the other disease causing pathogens, because the bacteria would be dominating, or it would be competing with the other disease causing pathogens. So that is the idea here. So this method is about controlling the viral disease. This method is about controlling the viral disease spread by mosquitoes. So this is the correct answer for this question. Converting crops residues into packing material, this is not a correct answer. Producing biodegradable plastics, producing biochar from thermochemical conversions of biomass, this is also not the correct answer. So the correct answer in this case is it is used for controlling the viral diseases spread by mosquitoes. Now This question, aerial metagenomics, best which one of the following situations? So it is about collecting DNA samples from. So this question, aerial metagenomics. So last year there was a question regarding DNA barcoding. Do you remember that question, DNA barcoding? So nowadays you are seeing the questions from your understanding of DNA, your RNA, or your understanding of genome. They this has become very important. So your understanding of genome and the concepts and the terms involved has become very significant here. So in this aerial metagenomics, what is the idea here is that we are trying to understand the different samples which we are getting from air, and we are trying to look for signature, or we are trying to understand the different species just by looking at the aerial DNA. So in DNA barcoding, we might get the DNA samples from let us say water or soil or from other sources, and then we are trying to understand which all organisms or species are living there. But in aerial metagenomics, we are trying to see that in air, the samples that we are collecting, is that helping us to know any of the organisms or the species. So it is in that context that we are using this aerial metagenomics. So I have missed out, I guess, on the full statement, but the correct answer in this case is about, it is collecting DNA samples from the air. Understanding the genetic makeup of avian species of a habitat, it is not specifically about one species, but it is about understanding many types of species. Using airborne devices to collect blood samples from moving animals, so it is not about that. Also, sending drones to inaccessible areas to collect plant and animals samples from land surfaces and water bodies. This is also not the correct statement. Okay, so the correct statement is the first one. Now this microsatellite DNA is used in the case of which one of the following? So if you study about Human Genome Project, or if you study about DNA fingerprinting, then you would hear these terms. In DNA fingerprinting. How do we identify individuals? DNA fingerprinting is what? DNA fingerprinting, just like we have this dermatoglyphics means we using our derma, using our skin, using our fingerprints. Our fingerprints is unique. Every individual has unique fingerprints. So even in identical twins, the fingerprints are different. But here we are not using fingerprint, but we are using the genetic composition, the genes of the individuals we are using to identify individuals. So in DNA studies, you would have read this, that 99.7% of the genes of all humans are similar or are exactly same, but even that 0.3% difference is used to identify individuals. It can be used to identify individuals. So that is the basis of DNA fingerprinting. So what is that 0.3%? In that 0.3%, you have these what is called as short tandem repeats. Short tandem repeats means that if you open your genome, if you open our genome, and you will see there are sections of DNA which are repeating itself, and those repeating patterns are unique for individuals. So we are using that to identify individuals. Those repeating patterns are also called as your microsatellite DNA. It is used in which one of the following? So to study the relationship among species of fauna, stimulating evolutionary various stem cells to transform into diverse functional tissues. That is not the case. Promoting clonal propagation of horticultural plants, it is not about that. Also assessing the efficacy of drugs by conducting series of drug trials in a population. See, one of the usage of your DNA fingerprinting and the study of the genome is to compare it with other species. to know the evolution. So we have compared our genes, let us say, with chimpanzees. So when you compare our genes with chimpanzees, you see that they have the largest similarity with respect to any other organism. So humans share 98% genetic similarity with chimpanzees. So we can say that we have evolved from what? Chimpanzees. If you compare with other organisms, the similarity would be less. So more is the similarity, it means that those could be our ancestors. So it is again used to study the relationship among species of fauna. So we can know that which species are related to which species. So microsatellite DNA is used for that purpose. Okay, hello, hi. Is this part clear to all of you? Okay, let us see some of the easier ones, then I'll come to some of the tougher questions. Okay, now let us read this question number 38. Question number 38, ballistic missiles. So we are looking at question number 38. Ballistic missiles are jet propelled at subsonic speeds throughout their flights. So ballistic missiles, if this is Earth and this is the thickness of our atmosphere, or which is around 100 kilometers, or we call this as the Kármán line. If this is the Kármán line, ballistic missiles have a ballistic trajectory. So it is launched from Earth. Let us say from this point, it will reach in space of around 2000 kilometers height, 2000 kilometer height, and then it falls on the target. So the first part of the flight is powered because it is leaving Earth's atmosphere. Because it is leaving Earth's atmosphere, it means that we cannot use for ballistic missiles. For ballistic missiles, jet engines cannot be used. Jet engines are the engines which are used in aeroplanes. They are used in cruise missiles. Jet engines are called as air breathing engines. They need air. They use air, the oxygen in the air, to burn the fuel. But ballistic missiles are the ones which has to leave the Earth's atmosphere. So they cannot use jet engines. They cannot use jet engines. They use rocket engines. Rocket engines are the ones which are carrying their own fuel and the oxidizer. They carry their own fuel and oxidizer, because when they will leave the Earth's atmosphere, they won't get the supply of oxygen. So they have to carry their own fuel and oxidizer. So ballistic missiles use ballistics use rockets, and cruise missile on the other hand use jet engines. So what they have done, they have transposed the question. So in ballistic they are saying it is jet propelled, in cruise they are saying it is rocket powered. So they have just transposed the question. This is a way of making question, and you'll see that UPSC often does this trick. Okay, so this is just to confuse you in the pressure situation. Similarly here, Agni 5 is an example of this. Agni 5 is an example of ballistic missile. It is not a cruise missile. Agni 5 is a ballistic missile, and BrahMos is not a ballistic missile. BrahMos is a cruise missile. It is the world's fastest cruise missile that we know, with a speed of 2.8 Mach. So these are things we have discussed in the classes also quite exhaustively. So we have compared ballistic missiles and we have compared cruise missiles. We have seen the examples of ballistic missiles. We have seen the examples of cruise missiles. We have seen not only Agni 5, we have seen different Agnis. So Agni 1 to 6, including Agni Prime. So we have compared in our classes that what is Agni 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which one is in service, which one is not in service, what is the type of fuel that we are using in Agni 5, are we using solid only or can we use liquid also, what is the range of Agni 5, is Agni 5 ICBM or not. When you say ICBM, it means that at least it should have range more than 5,500 kilometer. Okay. So cruise missiles have a shorter range. At max they could have 500 kilometers of range, because they cruise in the lower atmosphere, so they tend to fly very close to the ground. So we have discussed these questions quite a lot in our classes also. So this is a basic question. In we have also said this, that defense technology, you had seen a lull period in UPSC prelims for past 4-5 years. So they had asked questions on Agni in 13-14, but from then they had not asked questions on your missiles. But now, last year UPSC asked a question on S400, so from past year there is an increased inclination towards what, towards the defense technology also. So we had discussed in the classes also, so do not ignore defense technology. Even by basic knowledge of your defense technology you could have answered this question. So the correct answer here is that none is true. So the correct answer here is that none is true. Okay, green hydrogen will take a little later. Let us look at this question. India, despite having uranium deposit, depends on coal for most of its electricity production. Yes, this we know. This is a common knowledge that we know. If you look at Ministry of Power, when we study energy technology, we say that around 50% of our electricity is produced from coal only. Around 58%, according to Ministry of Power, we produce electricity from from fossil sources. From fossil sources we are producing 58%. Out of that, 50% is from coal. So yes, it is true that despite having uranium deposits, we are not using uranium deposit much, but we are using coal for electricity production. In fact, even from uranium or nuclear energy, according to Ministry of Power, we are producing just only 1.7% of the electricity. Of the total electricity that we are producing, only 1.7% is nuclear energy. Okay, so this statement is then true. Now let us look at the second statement. Uranium enriched to the extent of at least 60% is required for production of electricity. And this, in our classes, we have mentioned so many times that we have different types of reactors. We have boiling water reactor, we have pressurized water reactor, we have pressurized heavy water reactor. So in these reactors we use mined uranium. That mined uranium that we get, in that mined uranium only 0.7% is U-235. U-235 is the fissile material. It is the fuel, it is the fissile material, and 99.3% is U-238. U-238 cannot be used as a fuel directly in the nuclear reactors. So this 0.7% is quite less. We have to enrich it to at least 3 to 5% to be used in nuclear power plants. So to use it in nuclear power plants, we need at least 3 to 5%, but not more than that. For making nuclear bombs, we need a highly enriched fuel. We need more than 90% enriched fuel. Yes, you might think that this is a question in context of Iran, but the context of Iran is as old as anything now. So from many years we are hearing about Iran trying to enrich the fuel. See, making nuclear bombs is not a very difficult technology. If our neighbors can do that, even Iran can do that. The critical technology here is enrichment itself. Enriching to 90% is quite a difficult task. So for nuclear power plants, we do not need that much of enriched fuel. We just need 3 to 5% enrichment only. In fact, if you look at the pressurized heavy water reactor, we need not go for enrichment also. We can just use the mined uranium itself for making electricity. So this is not a correct statement. What is enrichment? What do you mean by enrichment? Enrichment means we are trying to increase the percentage of this. In mined uranium, you are getting this isotope and you are getting this isotope. This isotope we want. This is the fissile material. Fissile material means it is used as a fuel. It will sustain the fission reaction. U-238 will not sustain the fission reaction. So this is the fuel. This should be more. But since this is less than 1%, we increase this percentage enrich by reducing this percentage. So this is essentially known as enrichment. This is a common practice even in metallurgy also, that you try to remove the unwanted part, so the percentage of the wanted part increases in the mined ore. That is the idea here also in enrichment. How do we do that enrichment? That is not asked here. Maybe that is not very important. So through centrifugation we do that process, but that process is not very important. That would be an overkill for exam perspective. But having a basic idea that how much enrichment is required, that we know, that we study in our classes when we do nuclear science and technology. So this statement is not correct. So the correct answer in this case is statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is not correct. Are you all able to understand this question? Okay, let us now look at this question number 40, that is with reference to green hydrogen. So green hydrogen we had discussed in our classes also, so that green hydrogen is very significant. Now hydrogen is considered to be future fuel. Hydrogen is considered to be future fuel, but it can become future fuel only when we are extracting it from green sources. Green sources means from electrolysis of water. Green hydrogen is obtained from electrolysis of water. What do you mean by electrolysis of water? It means water has hydrogen, you just need to break it down in presence of electricity. So in presence of electricity, when you break it down, it is called as electrolysis of water. You get hydrogen, and this is called as green hydrogen. The electricity that you are using for electrolysis is also obtained from renewable sources. So that is called as green hydrogen. See, all hydrogens are hydrogen only. Why are we color coding them? Color coding it is because from different sources we are getting hydrogen. If from methane, if we break down methane, then also we can get hydrogen. And if we heat it in presence of, let us say, steam, so we get hydrogen, and we'll get CO2. But the problem of this type of hydrogen is that along with production of hydrogen we get carbon dioxide. This is problematic because this is a greenhouse gas. So this type of hydrogen is called as what? This is your gray hydrogen. If you absorb this carbon dioxide, or if you sequester it, then this gray will become what? Blue. In this case we are calling it as green because we are getting this hydrogen from breaking down of water in presence of electricity. So green hydrogen, it has been quite exhaustively covered in newspapers. In fact, in my channels also I have posted that green hydrogen is being used in many sectors so as to reduce the carbon dioxide, so as to decarbonize many sectors. Hydrogen is a very versatile gas. It is being used in many sectors even now. The major usage of hydrogen is in fertilizer factories to make ammonia. So what is ammonia? When you combine nitrogen and hydrogen, you get ammonia. Okay, so all your nitrogen based fertilizers, they need what? Hydrogen. So we are using hydrogen, but the hydrogen that we are using in industries is not green hydrogen. So if we can replace them, then it becomes beneficial. So we are seeing that hydrogen has huge potential. So there might be confusion with respect to internal combustion, but even in internal combustion also hydrogen has been tried and tested, and hydrogen it can be used in internal combustion engine also. What is internal combustion engine? Just like the petrol and diesel engines are called as your internal combustion engine. So you burn the fuel in presence of oxygen. So when you burn, so what happens? So you have this type of design of internal combustion engine. You have a piston here. Okay, you have a spark plug here, so it will produce a spark. You will burn the fuel, so this piston will move down, again it will come back up. So instead of the petrol diesel, you can use hydrogen. Because hydrogen also has good combustibility, so it can be used as a fuel for internal combustion engine also. it can be blended with natural gas and used as a fuel for heat or power generation. Yes, in fact it is used. So we are mixing in methane hydrogen, it increases the efficiency. In fact, in CNG also, we in CNG buses also there are trials are going on, in that in CNG buses we are adding hydrogen, so it is increasing the efficiency. So it can be used in that purpose also, and it can be used in hydrogen fuel cell to run vehicles. So we have said in our classes that electric vehicles are of two types. One is battery operated electric vehicle and another is hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle. So in battery electric vehicle, you store the electricity in the batteries and then you use that stored electricity to run the motor. In hydrogen fuel cell, you use hydrogen and oxygen, you combine them in such a manner that during that process electricity is produced. So in hydrogen fuel cell, electricity is produced when it is required. So you're not storing electricity, you are producing electricity when it is required. So last year only, so our transport minister had taken a Toyota Mirai car to parliament to showcase that even hydrogen fuel cell cars can be used. So there is a debate going on that whether we should be using only battery electric vehicle or should we also be using hydrogen fuel cell, or if hydrogen fuel cell is so much beneficial, we can skip battery electric vehicle. That is a debate of another time, that we'll see sometime later. But here all the statements are correct. So the correct answer is C in this case. Now this is a question that we have seen quite often. Which one of the following has its own navigation satellites? So we have said that there are two global navigation system. One is GPS and the other is GLONASS, that is of Russia. The others that you know are your regional, like China's Baidu, India's Navig, or Europe's Galileo, and Japan's what is Zenith. So they have a regional navigation system. So Japan has a regional navigation system. They do not have a regional navigation system. Okay, so the correct answer in this case is Japan. What is a navigation system? Navigation system, they need at least 3 satellites to know the location of any object. The other satellites are there in navigation system just to increase the accuracy. If you talk about Navig, that is Indian navigation system. In the Indian navigation system, we have 7 satellites as of now. They are placed in high Earth orbit. 3 are placed in your geostationary and 4 are placed in geosynchronous. But if you look at GPS or GLONASS, the satellites in GPS and GLONASS, so they are many satellites, are more than 30. But they are not placed in high Earth orbit, they are placed in medium Earth orbit. Medium Earth orbit, when you say medium Earth orbit, in between 1000 kilometer and less than 36,000 kilometer. So GPS, GLONASS, they are mainly in your medium Earth orbit. Indian satellite, Indian Navig system is using high Earth orbit. So Zenith is also a regional navigation system. So Japan has a regional navigation system. Now this question might have surprised you, but these are from common day usages of science, so that is why they are asking. Detection of crash, so the question is about accelerometer. So what does this name suggest to you? It is a meter which is measuring acceleration. What is acceleration? Rate of change of velocity. When velocity changes, then that is called as acceleration. What is accelerometer? Which measures the change in velocity. So this is being used in crash collision in your cars to deploy your airbags instantaneously. Yes, this is being used. So it keeps on measuring the velocity. If there is sudden change in velocity, then it is using that as a mechanism to activate the airbags. So these were in news last year because of some of the famous accidents that have taken place. Cyrus Mistry lost his life. He was in Mercedes, and our famous cricketer, he also met with an accident. So these airbags had deployed. So airbags have become a common feature in airbags. Whenever you see your airbags, you would see that a term SRS is written there. What is SRS in airbags? It is not a company. SRS signifies secondary restraint system. The primary restraint system is your seat belt. It is your seat belt. Primary restraint system is your seat belt. Secondary restraint system are the airbags. The idea here is to save life, so you have different mechanisms. So now even in India, earlier you used to see that airbags used to be a luxury item, but now government has come up with rules that these airbags should be compulsory even in the base models also. So when you have to make it compulsory even in your base models, so you have to deploy these accelerometers. That is why they are in news, that is why they have been asked. So detection of accidental fall of laptops, yes, it can be used in any instrument. They are being used in laptops also, so which can result in immediate turning off of the hard drive. So when your laptop is about to fall, its velocity is changing, so it is accelerating, so it will use that as a sensor and it will switch off the hard drive to protect the hard drive. So this is also correct. Detection of the tilt of the smartphone, which results in rotation of the display between portrait and landscape mode. See, here there might be some confusion that we are using what gyroscope. We are using gyroscope here, but here accelerometer can also be used, or accelerometer is also used. Accelerometer can know at which pace you are rotating the mobile, so that can also be used to activate your rotation from portrait to landscape. So there might be a confusion on this. Let us see what UPSC takes the answer, but in my opinion this third statement is also correct. So here all the three is correct. Now let us look at this question. Carbon fibers are used in the manufacture of components used in automobiles and in aircraft. So carbon fibers nowadays you would be seeing even in your cars also. The design at least of carbon fibers are being copied by some of the car makers, or some of the luxury car makers are even using carbon fibers. So what is the benefit of carbon fibers? So carbon fibers has the unique property that they have very high strength to weight ratio. So these have high strength compared to weight. It means if you compare it with steel, so it has a better tensile strength than steel, but it has lesser weight than steel. So in automobiles or in aircrafts or in spacecrafts, carbon fibers are being exhaustively used. Why? Because they have high weight but they have less density. So that is required to reduce the weight of the overall automobile or spacecraft or aircraft. So carbon fibers are being used in that purpose. So first statement is correct. Carbon fibers once used cannot be recycled. See, this is kind of an extreme statement. Yes, recycling carbon fibers is difficult compared to conventional let us say metals or plastics, but still it is recyclable. It is not that it cannot be recycled. So this is an incorrect statement. The first statement is correct. So your answer is 1 only. Your answer is 1 only. So we have seen the questions. Okay. So Sriram, you can join our batches, so which will begin in June. So all those who have not given prelims, but if you want to study from us, then you can join our courses which is beginning in June. So that is all from my side. And see, if you look at the paper, see, yes, current affair has its relevance, but it is a balance of your static and current affairs. So always keep your feet very strongly grounded in the syllabus, and then study your current affairs. Even current affairs would make better sense if you have strong grip over your concepts. So if you look at the science and technology and environment questions, they are very basic questions based on your understanding of the static portion of the syllabus. So develop a grip over the syllabus and study the current affairs. Okay, that is all from my side. So we'll close for today's session. Thank you.